فاهمني؟ يلا بقى بص قلبي جاهز. الصورة تمام.
Exceptionally, it's less practical, but more.
Let's restart. Yeah.
Very interesting. It's less research.
Good morning, everyone. Could you please have a seat? Thank you. It's our pleasure to welcome you today at the 8th plenary meeting for Global Shipping Think Tank Alliance. This is our pleasure to have you after a long time. You were holding the meeting through the video conference due to the COVID pandemic. And now we are happy to see all of these faces here. It represents merge between the Chinese culture and the Egyptian culture and German, Greece. It's always a pleasure to host this event here. Let's start the meeting. I'm sorry for any delay in the schedule. I would like to welcome Professor Burkhard Limber, Chairman of GSTTA, who will be hosting the meeting today. Good morning, Professor. Good morning. The floor is yours. You come.
Yes. Good morning altogether. Yes, here I would like to open officially the GSTTA's plenary meeting 2024. I think it's the 8th meeting that we have as the association, the think tank. And I welcome all you, of our members and the guests that are here and those who are accompanying us online. Many thanks go at first to our host, the Arab Academy of Science, Technology and Maritime Transport, represented here today by Professor Alamoussi, Talia, and many other colleagues. Thank you for organizing this here in Alexandria, for inviting us, the Alliance, and to hold our meeting in the course of the 13th Marlock, this impressive conference that is still going on downstairs. The second special welcome and many thanks from my side go to the Secretariat of the Alliance at the Shanghai International Shipping Institute for organizing this event together with the Arab Academy, and especially my main contact was Ms. Sarah Young. She also did a very good job. Thank you very much. So the global maritime industry since several years is in turbulent waters, with ups and downs in the different market segments. And there are a lot of challenges in the daily business, but also from the strategic perspective. For example, when it comes to climate change and the role of the maritime sector in keeping it as low as possible. The recent challenges started with the outbreak of COVID-19 in beginning of 2021 and the following consequences. Then we had the Russian aggression against Ukraine 2 years ago, almost exactly these days. The escalation of the Israel-Palestinian conflict in last October, still going on, and the attacks of the Houthi rebels on international merchant vessels at the south entrance of the Red Sea since December 2023. Just to name some of these recent important influences. In addition, maritime traffic or seaborne trade currently is hindered by the limited capacity of the Panama Canal due to drought. The pandemic caused an economic downturn in 2020 on the global level, at least during the first 6 to 9 months. This also had negative impacts on the different shipping markets, especially on container shipping. However, already in autumn 2020, the recovery started, and in 2021 and 2022 was also unexpectedly strong that the capacities were unavailable to keep pace with the growth. This effect was additionally reinforced by the severe congestion in some ports due to corona lockdowns on the one hand and bottlenecks in the hinterland. The result in the container shipping industry was, on the one hand, a shortage of boxes and ships and of vessel capacity. The turnaround times of container ships and boxes increased by 20 to 30% due to waiting times in front of the ports, lockdowns, and delayed redelivery of boxes from the hinterland. This, on the other hand, resulted in massive increases of freight rates on virtually all trades, by factor 8 or 10 on Europe-Far East trades, for example. And this could be observed especially in the container shipping, but congestion effects, shortage of capacity and high freight rates were also experienced in dry bulk and tanker trades. For the container shipping industry, the years 2021 and 2022 resulted in record revenues and profits after a period of more than 10 years with hardly any profit or even losses. This was surely necessary. However, these high earnings and profits were the main reason for high investments that occurred from the liner shipping companies in the last years. The vertical integration along the maritime supply chains or transport chains, meaning the acquisition of terminals or hinterland operators, is focusing on the improved control of cost and higher competitiveness in weaker market situations, and is not problematic. On the opposite, the massive order activity for new and large vessels now leads to an expected and foreseeable overcapacity with a very negative impact on freight and charter rates as well as profits of the liner companies. However, this overcapacity helps to mitigate the impact of another recent distortion in the maritime transport chains, at least for the shipping companies, and finally for their customers. The attacks of the Houthi rebels on international merchant vessels on their way through the Red Sea to the Suez Canal, or the other way around, had the consequence of a rerouting of vessels away from the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden that took place, and which continues to have a major impact on the sector supply and demand balance. The data shows that today more than 80% of all box ships that were passing through Suez Canal in December are now rerouted and deviated by the Cape of Good Hope, so around Africa. While this shift of traffic to the much longer route around Africa is a severe problem to our current host, the country of Egypt, because a big share of the country's international earnings stem from the Suez Canal fees. It is positive, or somehow positive, for the shipping industry or the shipping lines. As an estimated number of around 600 vessels currently is diverted via the Cape of Good Hope, there is an artificial uplift of the demand of 10 to 11% without one box more transported, one box more traded. So it is, in comparison to December last year, an increase of demand by 10 to 11%. This helped to maintain the freight rates at very firm levels, even until February, and probably they are still high, and led to also to a climbing of charter rates. So the previous softening trend is clearly on hold now. The steep increase in freight rates by factor 4 since November, so 400%, cannot be explained with cost. Here, the liner companies took the chance to re-increase the rates, which were falling the year before, and of course also their profits, because the market sentiment did allow to do so. Of course, there are additional ships to be phased in and utilized in existing services in order to maintain a similar weekly capacity and frequency for the customers. On the Europe-Far East round voyages, this means 2 to 3 more vessels on the same service with the same capacity. They are facing, or these vessels are facing, of course, also longer distances and sailing times with increased fuel consumption, but they save, on the other hand, and for the disadvantage of Egypt, the Suez Canal fees. Therefore, the total increase of cost per slot or transported TEU probably is less than 30%, and there is no reason for an increase of freight rates with factor 4. Consequently, freight rates are likely to come down again after a first adaptation process. The war in and against Ukraine had less effect on container shipping. The main impacts were on global economic development, GDP, inflation, and the embargoes against Russia, reducing the overall growth of container shipping and the transshipment trades from Northwest Europe into the Baltic. The main consequences of this aggression were observed in dry and especially liquid bulk trades and shipping markets. As a result of the embargoes of Western countries, Russia is selling now high shares of its oil and gas and coal, etc., to China, India, and other countries, implying much longer trade routes or transportation distances and higher demand for shipping capacities for the same amount of cargo. And this, at the same time, the fleet capacity was growing very moderately. Earnings in these segments reached relatively high levels. Summarizing, it can be said that shipping requires high flexibility and resilience to cope with the changing framework conditions and external shocks. There are future risks for international trade and shipping, for example, in connection with the Taiwan question. In addition, shipping is also obliged to help and prevent climate change together with all other industries. High investments are needed in order to realize energy transition and reduce shipping's carbon footprint towards zero in 2050. Also, I'm convinced that it will not be possible to reach the zero goal in 2050. Today, after a welcome from our host, Professor Alamoussi, and some internal discussions on topics regarding the future development of our alliance here, we will hear some very interesting presentations from our members and also guests dealing with the challenges of the maritime industry and possible measures. So thank you very much for your participation today and your contributions during the meeting. And now I would like to welcome Professor Alamoussi. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alamoussi. I'm Professor of Structural Engineering, College of Engineering and Technology, Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport, and Dean of Port Training Institute. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for all of you for coming to attend our international conference, Marlow. This huge gathering for all the maritime industry all over the world. Actually, I'd like to welcome all the attendees from all over the world, from Egypt, our country, and from Singapore, from, of course, China, the host of Global Shipping Think Tank Alliance, from all the world that cover the shipping lines industry in the world. Actually, esteemed member of Global Shipping Think Tank Alliance and owner those guests and fellow colleagues, on behalf of Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport, and on behalf of Port Training Institute, I'd like to welcome you to the 8th plenary meeting of Global Shipping Think Tank Alliance. Actually, it is an honor to host this distinguished gathering of leaders and industry experts dedicating to shaping the future of global shipping industry after a long time of meetings that have been held online due to the pandemic. Actually, Arab Academy for Science Technology has a long standing of excellency in maritime education and research. Our main mission is to empower the next generation of maritime professionals with knowledge, skills, and ability necessary to navigate the complex channels facing our industry. Port Training Institute leads the way to achieve this mission. We are committed to fostering a culture of innovation, which, by the way, will be the title of my presentation today, and continuous learning within the maritime sector. Port Training Institute actively participate in international networking, hold membership in International Association of Port and Harbors, which is one of the biggest association for ports, serving and regional representative for Mid-Port Association for the port in the Mediterranean, in the South Mediterranean region. Also, our dedication to the collaboration drives us to connect with leader institutions worldwide. We are proud to share our knowledge and best practice with organizations like APIC, Port Training Institute in Belgium, for whom we serve as an excellency of center in Port Training Institute. Also, in Spain, we have Valencia Port Foundation, and in Barcelona, in Spain also, we are considered very strong collaboration with the Scuola Europea in Barcelona and in Italy. This collaborative networking extends to all our valued partnership in prestigious Chinese institute, like Shanghai International Shipping Institute. And by the way, I'd like to thank all our colleagues and members from CC, Shanghai International Shipping Institute, who attend physically today or who attend with us online premises. I'd like to thank all for all their support for us to have this meeting. Also, we consider ourselves as a center of excellency for Qingdao Harbor and Vocational Technical College in Shandong Port Group. Also, I'd like to thank you for choosing us to host this pivotal networking and meeting. We are committed to ensure a productive and meaningful exchange of ideas through this meeting. Let us work together to unlock the transformation potential of innovation as we shape the port of tomorrow. Actually, I'd like to thank, at my end of my speech, all the Egyptian attendants today for our meeting, and I'd like to thank Admiral Rafiq for his attendance. He is the COO of Damietta Container Handling. Also, I'd like to thank TMT, one of our new and ambitious terminal in Alexandria, Mr. Mahmoud Al-Arabi and Mr. Alexandro. Also, I'd like to thank Engineer Mohammed Suleiman Mitwalli, CEO of the National Shipping Line in Egypt, for his attendance and his contribution in our meeting. Actually, I think that this cooperation and networking is very useful for all partners, either for the Egyptian partner or for the Chinese partner, for making shipping line all over the world having a strong collaboration. Thank you, and enjoy your stay in Alexandria, and see you again. Bye.
Thank you, Professor Ala Morsi, Dean of Port Training Institute. Thank you. I will leave the floor to Admiral Rafiq. You want to say something?
Morning. I am Admiral Dr. Rafiq Jalal, the CEO of the DCHC, which is Damietta Container Handling Corporation. You are welcome in Egypt and here in Marlog 13. First of all, Mr. President, Mr. Lambert, the President of the Global Shipping think tank GSTTA, Dr. Ala Morsi, the Dean of BTI, dear respectable members of the Alliance. It's a great honor to be here in the Global Shipping think tank GSTTA and to participate in this valuable event. And I would like to thank the organizer of this great event, the Arab Academy for Maritime and Transport and Technology, Mr. Professor Ismail Abdul Ghaffar. And I want to give a special thank to the Dean of the Port Training Institute, Dr. Ala Morsi, who invited me to be here. Of course, we will have agreed thoughts, ideas, and hopefully a joint cooperation project. My company, DCHC, is for ready to cooperate with all. Thank you again, and you are welcome in Egypt. Thank you very much.
As I discussed with Professor Lambert that I didn't take my 20 minutes, so we have 5 minutes just for ice breaking between members. So I'd like to ask you for within 10 seconds, everyone introduce himself just to making ice breaking between attendees. Just so you can in 10 seconds introduce yourself.
近10秒钟介绍一下 from here.
Yes, we can start from right.
Hi, I'm Livia from Shanghai International Shipping Institute. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Zhao Nan from Shanghai International Shipping Institute. And we mainly doing the research for the government and the companies, including the shipping company and port company and the logistics company. And I'm mainly doing the research about the port. So welcome. And we published a report called the Global Port Development Report, tracing the port development. So if you are interested in that, I can send you via the email. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Jieshu from Shanghai International Shipping Institute. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mohammed Soleiman. I'm the Managing Director of National Navigation Company.
Hello, Muhammad Awad, Planning and Research Manager, National Navigation Company.
Okay, my name is Dong Yang and I come from Hong Kong. I'm currently Associate Head of the Department of Shipping and Transport Logistics at Hong Kong Polytechnic University. So this is my first time attending this meeting, and I'm very pleased to be in Alexandria, enjoying the food and sunshine here. Thank you.
Morning, everyone, and I'm the Liu Xiaolei from the China Academy of Transportation Science, which belong to the Ministry of Transportation in China. I'm so pleasure to be here to meeting everyone because in the Corona virus period we always met online, but this is the first time to come here to make every experts. It's with so pleasures. And I hope to keep connect with the chairman and all the experts for opening. Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. Rong Shen, I'm from the Center for Maritime Studies from the National University of Singapore. Pleasure to be here with our fellow colleagues. Hi, good morning. I'm Jason from Center for Maritime Studies, National University of Singapore. It's our honor to be here with the JETCO.
Good morning, I'm Stefan Boisal from the National University of Singapore School of Computing and Center for Maritime Studies. So I take the opportunity to thank our local hosts for an impeccable organization. Thank you very much. It's my first time in Egypt, and I'm looking forward to discussing with you.
So, hi, I'm Hui Guan Go, also from the National University of Singapore. So I'm from the business school, as well as a track leader in the Center for Maritime Studies. Thank you. So my first time in Egypt as well, great place, and glad to be here.
As I said before, I'm Dr. Rafiq Jalal, the CEO of the Delta Handling Container Corporation. I am proud to be here. You are a real think tank council. I am proud to be here. I am proud to hear from you. I think I will give a small speech for you, but I will learn from you. I think very well. You are welcome again.
Good morning. I am Professor Serafim Kavros and head of the Department of Shipping, Trade and Transport at the University of the Aegean, Greece. My university is located in the Aegean Sea and more particularly the Chios Island. And it is well known this island for it's a very long tradition in maritime transport and shipping. And I am very happy to be with you today, to meet you and to participate in your activities.
Good morning. I'm Chan Fuk Sing from Crimson Logic Singapore, Senior Director in charge of digital ports. We offer digital solutions for ports, customs, and the logistics sector. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Ahmed Salim, head of Human Resource Management for Training Institute. Welcome to all. Glad to see you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Samhar, Department of Quality Assurance, BTI, Arab Academy for Science and Technology.
Good morning. I am Mahmoud Al-Arabi, the Commercial Manager for Trans-Smith Multipurpose Terminal in Alexandria Port. It's my pleasure to participate with you in this workshop. Have a nice day.
Good morning to everyone. I am Alessandro Beruti. I am the Engineering Director of TMT Terminal, and I'm very, very glad and honored to be part of this great conference. So the first time in Egypt, and very glad to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mohammed Abdelaziz, Head of Research and Development at the International Cooperation for Training Institute. I'm really glad and proud at the same time to be part of this distinguished event, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, everyone. And finally, my name is Tahia Sherbini, International Cooperation Coordinator at the Port Training Institute. And in another expression, the ambassador of Chinese people in Port Training Institute, as Professor Ala said previously.
Yes, so my name is Burkhard Lemper. I already introduced all the others, but I think we have at least 9 participants on the online platform, and I would like to offer all of these also to have a short introduction if they want. So I see on the screen first here the first name is Sarah. Sarah, are you? Can you hear us? Can you hear me? No. The next would be Harry.
I think in China you can speak now.
No, it's afternoon.
Harry is also not able to hear us or to be online. A Chinese name I can't read. Sorry. And then Seo John. Jin.
Jane.
To convert the gallery mode.
Here,
That's better.
Okay. And then Xiaofai Chen. Ariana Buonfanti, are you there? Olympia Ferreira. They can open on their own. Otherwise, we should be seeing something in the chat, but okay. So
anyone who wants to talk, they can write on the chat.
Yeah. Okay, so I think with this introduction round, we are through. Thank you very much for everybody to participate here. And now the question is, oops, sorry. Should we decided to shift the break, to skip the break, the first coffee break, as we already or as we started late, and it's not necessary to have the break already at the beginning after half an hour. So the next point in our agenda is the internal discussion of the topics of the Global Shipping Think Tank Alliance. So the general discussion about topics regarding our alliance. So the presentations will be in the next sessions. At the moment, we will be focusing on internal questions. And the first point on the agenda is the alliance working report by our Secretary General, Ms. Liu Zhengzhu.
Good morning, everyone. As I've already introduced myself, so I will begin my report. Welcome to the 8th plenary meeting of Global Shipping Think Tank Alliance. It is with great pleasure and gratitude that we gather here today in this beautiful Mediterranean city for the first time since the pandemic. Alexandria marks our 5th conference venue following Shanghai, Seoul, Naples, and Hong Kong. On behalf of the Alliance Secretariat, Shanghai International Shipping Institute, we want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our gracious host, AASTMT, for providing us with such a wonderful opportunity and venue. We also would like to express our gratitude to the chairman, Professor Burkhard Lemper, and the RSL for their continuous support in the last 3 years, which has undoubtedly played a significant role in our alliance work. Most of all, we would like to thank you, all members, for your attendance and the support as always. In 2024, the global shipping industry stands at a crossroads, grappling with the need for increased safety measures, demand stimulations in certain sectors, and strategic responses to the environmental policies and geopolitical risks. Therefore, the Alliance aims to conduct forward-looking researches and discussions focusing on creativity and innovation in ports and shipping services, best practices in maritime industry. I hope our discussion today can strengthen global exchanges and cooperation to have an all-round comprehension on shipping industry nowadays. Even though our annual conference was successfully held through online video meeting in the last 3 years due to the pandemic, GSTTA still acts as a platform for all the members to share information, conduct cooperative research, and consult the difficulties together. Thanks to the great support from Chairman Professor Burkhard Lemper and ISL, the contributions from our members, the second GSTTA book was officially released on the website of 2022 Northbound Forum, focusing on the uncertainties, expected impacts on the maritime industry, and possible countermeasures. Besides that, members in the Alliance have been working closely in many aspects. Thanks to AASTMT, GSTTA has been co-organizing the Malog conference for 3 years and honored to host the 2024 plenary meeting in the sideline of Malog in Alexandria this year. As a new approach, CC and the AASTMT worked together to deliver an online joint course on the optimization of ports and container terminal service, realizing exchanges and communications of maritime industry in both China and Egypt. In addition, CC and the KMI have maintained a fruitful 14 years partnership in co-hosting the CC-KMI International Shipping Forum. Furthermore, on the basis of long-term cooperation, CC worked with SRM on the analysis of the way of port operation and the development in the unstable environment, publishing on SRM's annual report in Italian maritime economy. Last but not least, CC actively supported the DNV on their evaluation project of the world's leading maritime hubs. Secretariat and the work it carries out have been strongly supported by all members, and here are many thanks again. The industry's resilience will depend on its ability to adapt to evolving circumstances, implement innovative solutions, and foster international collaboration to mitigate potential disruptions. To serve as a global platform for the exchange of maritime and port industry, we are planning to upgrade our website to facilitate seamless communication, knowledge sharing, and networking among members. To better enhance the cross-region exchanges, please don't bother to email the Secretariat for sharing your cooperation proposals or meeting notices open to global members. We hope more members can contribute their insightful perspectives to enhance the influence of our alliance. It is essential to foster closer cooperation and exchanges among our members and enhance engagements with mutual resources. We are also working on new member recruitment, and we welcome recommendations of any suitable think tank, such as international organizations, consulting companies, and research institutions in maritime industry from you. We wish for a better development in the future, offering more opportunities for growth and cooperation for members, and providing more professional consulting services to the industry. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. Now we are entering already into the, first of all, other questions from the audience, from the members, the guests, regarding the report of Miss Liu. I don't see any questions. So then we have on the program already the free discussion on topics like, for example, the future development, sustainable development of the alliance. So in the past, as far as I could follow it, the main activities of the alliance were performed or came from the Secretariat, from CZ. They developed the website and also organized our meetings. Of course, in addition, we managed, as you already mentioned, to publish these two white books that were, the last was published at the end of 2022. And this was with contributions, at least from parts of our members, and edited by KMI and ISL in cooperation with the Alliance. So KMI, the first one, first white book, ISL, the second. Of course, we have the regular plenary meetings, either in person in different locations in Hong Kong, in Shanghai. Mine? Okay.
Perhaps someone is connected and already tried.
So in the first initiating meeting was in Shanghai, then we had Seoul, Naples, Hong Kong, and now today the 8th meeting in between. We had some online meetings during the COVID pandemic. So as far as I know, so far we did not manage to realize joint research work or consultancy projects for where 2 or more members were involved, or where the alliance had some influence in these projects, or the name was mentioned in those projects. So this did not happen, although this was one of the aims of the foundation of the alliance in 2016. So one of the questions is, how can we improve this situation and become more attractive also for new members, because we would then offer more value added of the membership. Although membership is currently for free, we want to have more members, and those members, they should have a value added from being part of our group. So are there some ideas that can be discussed here, how to improve the attractiveness and the role of the Global Shipping Think Tank Alliance of our group? This is a question to the audience here, but also to those who are participating online, of course.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, of course. No, not yet.
It's okay now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for interrupting the discussion and possible answers to your question, but I would like to ask a question that perhaps helps the audience to give answers. As is my first time, the first time I participate in the meeting, it would be useful just shortly to describe if there is a charter of the think tank until now, if there are some provisions or some I don't know, ideas of how, what is the mission, the main mission, and which are the means for contributing to the global improvement of shipping and sustainability, etc. For example, you mentioned a few minutes ago the idea of if there are 2 or more members that participate in the research project, that increases the visibility of the alliance. Is that correct? I think I well understood. So, and you mentioned also the 2 books to be published.
These 2 books were published, white books. They were published as an online publication, electronic publication on the website of the alliance.
Okay, fine. So, is there a charter, and you have other directions of this in this effort to increase visibility visibility of the alliance.
Yes, so we have a charter that was already signed at the beginning by the members who were founding members in 2016, and the aims were yes to increase visibility of the problems of or the chances also of the maritime industry, with a focus on shipping, not everything that is maritime or marine at the beginning. So shipbuilding, for example, is something that was not in the focus so far. And yes, to increase the visibility of the members of the alliance in their respective countries and also internationally by, for example, also offering joint research projects or consultancy projects to involve other members if one is, for example, asked in the local from the local authorities to help on some topic, then it is some idea to include also one or two other members, if possible, in these projects on research or consultancy. But so far, I'm not aware of this kind of projects that this happened in the past. So the activities so far were really mainly in the these publications that we organized, these two white books, and then these annual meetings that we realized with these presentations, and the documentation of these annual meetings. So the question is, how can we organize more cooperation, not between all members, but at least between some of the members in joint research projects or consultancy projects?
Thank you.
Yes, but I don't see any hand raising, neither here in the room, but and nor on the screen. Also not in the chat.
Just would like to welcome our guest who joined us lately, Captain Main Fouani, and Engineer Amr Al-Ingibawi, and Ms. Omnia Al-Minchawi from Mahoney Shipping Company. Welcome to our meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome.
I think the aims to establish the alliance is to give more suggestions for the companies and the government. So many members of our alliance has so many reports. So if every members can help us to send this report to the corporation, such as shipping companies and the government, that will be expand our attractiveness. Yeah, so thank you.
Hi, Chair. May I have one note for you? Because I just heard from in fact there's some technical issue with the room, so people there are some participants out in the room. I think the no.
So yeah.
We have unmute all, but no one spoken. And I asked Sarah if anyone want to speak specifically, just send me, because when we unmute all, you saw what happened, the echo. So if anyone want to talk, just send me and we will unmute himself.
Maybe we can use some more.
Yeah, but the permission It's given to all member because Professor Lemper is using the same link and he can speak without any problem.
Thank you. Okay, what was mentioned a few seconds ago, the reports. I know that SRM already sent 2 or 3 reports that they published, and they were resent to all members of the alliance, and so could be distributed afterwards. So this would be probably also one possibility for all the other members to have more outreach with their publications. If they want to distribute it internationally, they can send it to the secretariat, and then it will be redistributed to, within their networks or within our network, and can be then redistributed in the members' own networks, and then therefore has more outreach, more visibility for the members, at least the official publications that they have. On the other hand, we have not realized our aim so far that we are doing joint projects among the members. So having additional research or additional business through the alliance. And this would be something that could be value added for members, even also for additional members, for attracting additional members. But I really do not know yet how we can foster this, these corporations that should be or must be supplemented probably by more internal connections, probably between the members, to know the portfolio, the research portfolio and consultancy portfolio of the different partners within our alliance, in order to be able to include another partner, another member in a joint research or consultancy project. What do you think? Is it possible to have a more research within the Alliance website? I'm not sure whether all members have put on their website their research portfolio and their capabilities in order to allow a better networking between the members and to arrange joint projects.
No.
If this
No, not all the reports is on the website.
not only your report.
No, because some report is for free, some is for charge. So not already put the order report on the website.
No, of course, it's not possible to put all reports that are produced, or research reports or consultancy reports on the website. Also for us as the Institute ISL, we have also reports that are not for free and that they cannot be distributed via the website of the GSTTA, but reports that are published for free distribution that of course can be sent to the secretariat and published on the GSTTA website, and also distributed among within the network of all members. But the question is, how can we organize a better cooperation in research projects? Yes, outside or alongside the white books that we were preparing and are intending to prepare the third one. Is there any idea how this can be realized? So my one proposal was to improve the description of all members on the website, so to allow better knowledge about the capabilities of all partners, and to see whether it is possible, if we are involved, for example, in international projects, where we can ask for help for partnership of one or the other member in a project where we can need help and local contribution. So for us, if we are as a German institute, if we are intending to offer something or to bid for something in China, we of course would go to Shanghai International Shipping Institute and ask for possible contributions and partnership. And the same would be for Singapore or for other countries here, for Egypt. We also had a question in the last month regarding transport project in Egypt, and that the idea this would become effective, then we would have contacted the Arab Academy for this. But I'm not sure how we can really improve these networking possibilities and the joint project or the joint cooperation. No idea from here, and also not from the online audience. Yes, of course.
I hope I do not abuse the time. I hope I do not abuse the time.
No.
I hope. Okay. So an idea would be that in a more coordinated manner. Not better. In a more coordinated manner, various tenders or calls for application, not only from the European Union, but from other parts of the world, are recorded and selected in order to have a list which call for application or which tender is launched regarding research. At the same time, through your proposition for a better information about the expertise chamber, some complementarities can be detected. So to present the network as an interdisciplinary network, so the cooperation between members can cover more expertise. So to be more complete or more appropriate to face with the complex research assumption. So the one is internal, the other is to follow monitoring the interface between the network alliance and other sources of research funding, and then to identify the right tenders.
Okay, what you mean is that we, as the alliance or the members of the alliance, are putting relevant calls for proposals or calls for research.
Before we are, for example, European partners know very well the Horizon and the milestones of Horizon program were when Horizon program launches a new call for interest, etc. And you check which type of actors are eligible for that. And accordingly, inform other people. The same for our Chinese colleagues from China. If there are opportunities for research funding, that many foreign institutions are eligible or not, etc. And from other parts of the world. And from the yes, and perhaps tenders from the World Bank or from the European Investment Bank, etc., etc. Because unfortunately, along the European Commission research programs, the framework programs like Horizon, have some restrictions about the participation of institutions from other continents or from other countries. To summarize, internally, better information in order to identify complementarities, so extension of expertise, and interface with the outside environment in order to identify the right frameworks, the right opportunities, the tenders for a new research program.
Yes. So this is probably a very good idea, at least for the regional research programs, because, for example, in the European funding, I think low battery.
Wait. Yeah. Thank you.
At least in the European programs, it's not possible to include partners from outside Europe. In some, it is to have also funding for partners in the Mediterranean, but very often it's difficult to have funding for research research partners in Asia, for example, or in the United States. There are few programs where this is possible, but it's relatively seldom. But on the other hand, you're right. If there are tenders from the World Bank, European Development Bank, etc., then it's not limited to European partners or to Asian partners, but then we would be able to include also other partners from the alliance, for example, from the alliance all over the world, if the topic fits, and then it would be good to know more about the portfolio, the expertise of the partners, and this is probably a very good reason for improving the presentation of each partner on the website in order to have a catalog of expertise that is available within the alliance and to make ways shorter to find partners from our group. Okay, are there other? Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. What?
Okay, I got a couple of suggestions. I think for so sort of the supply chain sort of like logistics associations that that been involved with, they could send like weekly or monthly digest of news. So at a simpler level, it's like how do we keep in touch, right? And it's not just an annual meeting. But if let's say there's a regular newsletter, and I know that there's a lot of effort involved in doing something like this, but if it's like sometimes it's a compilation of news related to shipping, for example, that could be sent out regularly, so then it kind of reminds people that there's an organization that the members are part of. So that's one way of sort of keeping in touch informally, so that people can sort of be aware of what's happening as well, especially in today's context. There's so much news that's going on, so it could be helpful to have that kind of just news information sharing. even if it's public news, right? But just a compilation of what's happening. So that's, and what's happening to companies as well, but just public information. So there's no confidentiality involved in that, and that could be easy to do, right? So that's one. The second thing, I think, I echo what I think Rob was saying, right? Rob saying, it's good to know what
battery low.
Sorry. I could speak, but I think maybe not.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the other thing is maybe what consulting. I think sometimes it's a little bit more difficult because consulting will involve like commercial discussions, and I think that's that is probably not easy to pull off. Of course we can, like if we think that there is some expertise that we can tap on, then there could be some discussion around it, around between members directly in terms of who they can touch, they can talk to. But on the research side, I think there could be potential collaboration. It could be even very simple, like if somebody has got research publications in this area, they just share it onto the website, for example, because most of these research publications are already and then we are maybe information sharing and also we sort of spark off some potential collaborations, so that's possible idea around this. And maybe the third thing that we could do is, how do we define what areas we want to be working on? I'm fairly new to this, although my university has been part of this, but it's my first time attending. So I'm just like, it could be useful to define what our areas GSTTA is actually working on. So then we know kind of what areas potential collaboration are as well, and therefore interested members can then get together as well to discuss how to collaborate. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you for the proposals. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I want to add to my colleague's suggestion. I'm sharing, maybe we can share information on Zoom as well. We have a website for a project where data. So we have a project with a website where we welcome articles that concern specifically digital technologies in the maritime sector, but I think this is a subset of what you guys are doing. So if you want to start using our website and our publication to advertise, what my colleague was talking about, you are welcome to submit papers there. So of course, this is an academic endeavor, so everything is publicly available. It's actually peer reviewed, so there's a guarantee of quality. So I will share the information, and we will be very happy to help GSTTA to start maybe some initiative of publications. I think you can take over on your own website if you want. That's the first one. Now the second point, I hear my colleague talking about projects and money is the nerve of war. I think from an academic standpoint, what we are looking for is opportunities to finance our research. We have the manpower, we have the competent manpower, not just us, but the students. I'm thinking about the students, so they can work with our industry partners on projects. But the question is where do we find it? So I don't know if this is something you have considered, but beside applying to existing codes, maybe GSTTA would try and secure some funding and have call for projects. That would be fantastic. I think if this is the case, you will find more academics wanting to participate than we can actually cater for. So this would be my suggestion. Well, try and see whether you could secure some funding for some projects. From calling from GSTTA. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this the money is really the point in many of these questions. Research funded by public bodies, by universities, so it's easy to share, and especially if it's already published, then of course we can also offer connection via for example, the Alliance's website. Yes, and it is really would be only the opportunity to have research projects, funded research projects, for example, from the European Commission, if the application is can be done already from the beginning with the one or the other partner, which is then also funded by this project. And then the only idea is, or the idea is, to improve the consortium with additional partners. Of course, we all know that many of our partners here in the alliance have competencies to do projects on their own, but especially in these European projects, as far as I know, it is good to have a network of companies, a big consortium covering different countries and different research organizations in order to be competitive. If it's only one or two consortium members, you often do not have the chance to get the funding, to get the contract. The idea with the newsletter was also something I was thinking about. The question there is, as you already mentioned it, the newsletter requires a lot of efforts. So you have to collect all the contributions. It cannot be probably a weekly or a monthly, probably maximum a quarterly or bi-monthly newsletter could be possible. But that is a question really who is undertaking these efforts and collecting the news. Of course, every of our institutions probably has its own newsletter. It's sending out the news publishing on the website, and this also GSTTA on its website has a news section where where you can find news. But this is currently mostly done by patients from CV, so this would be also a question for all members to provide news for the website, and if it is then sent out via a mailing list as a newsletter, that would be could be a value added. If the members are willing to provide news that could be interesting, not only in their own network where they publish it, but also from a global perspective. Of course, it probably is not news if for example, ISL has won a European contract or has finished a European research project. This is something we are publishing on our website as a news. But on the other hand, if there is a publication of a discussion paper on a maritime topic, that is also mentioned on our news site, then we could provide this information also to the Alliance and have it published on the website of the Alliance, and also could be included in this newsletter that was mentioned. But question really is would there be the possibility to organize and publish a newsletter on a regular basis? Is this within the scope of the Secretariat? Is that possible? Or is there another member who would take these efforts? As far as I know, the Secretariat is already undertaking a lot of efforts for this alliance and doing this for free. They are not financed. We are all not paying membership fees. We cannot say the Secretariat has to do that. This has to be a discussion maybe afterwards, whether we have possibilities to do so, to combine the news that members are providing to a newsletter and distribute the newsletter once more.
Maybe quarterly.
Quarterly.
Yeah, quarterly.
Maximum, I would say also. Okay, so this is, if there are no other suggestions, yes?
Regarding the newsletter, why don't we establish like a community with the members, so we can provide the effort, I think, someone who publish, someone who are not for reviewing the newsletter, so it can be partnership between the members.
Regarding the newsletter, as the Professor Lapp said, it will be extra effort for the secretary. So my idea or suggestion is something like a committee between the members, everyone from the members volunteer to establish a committee for this newsletter and to share the effort between the members. So the effort or the work will not be all totally dedicated on Shanghai Institute. This is the idea. And we can divide the work together or the tasks together until this newsletter published.
Yes.
We have information from our members. We have prepared the newsletter. But we needed the information and resources from our members.
So, the Secretariat just said all the member information they have, but they need the information that should be included in the newsletter. So, as I understood, they would be ready at least to try to set up a newsletter if the information, if the news are provided by the members. So the question is, can we organize?
Yeah, I think I'm better with campaigns. Yeah. So I think one way, because I'm running an institution center, we also issue newsletter at monthly level. And I think it's good way is maybe the secretary can create a format. And in the format, there are different partner on them. And each of us can fill the newsletter in the format. For example, Hong Kong Polytechnic University. So we say, okay, in the 2 months we publish some paper, we have some funding, we like to share the funding with our member, we like to recruit something. So every of us just use the format and fill like 3 to 4 or 5 items in the format. Then they summarize and publish online. I think I'm not sure if this is a better way to implement this. Thank you.
Yes, of course. If we want to establish such a newsletter, then we need a format to collect the information that is included in these newsletters. It cannot be that everybody is sending a free text and without any formatting rules to the secretariat, and they have to do all the editing. So we have to at least have kind of template, maybe a website where it can be uploaded, and then that the secretariat has all the information available for the newsletters, can re-edit and produce the newsletter. So that would be something that maybe we can discuss afterwards, where that can be organized, have kind of a uploading page on the website where every member could upload possible news, and then maybe a reminder every quarter, 2 weeks before the intended publication to all members would be a good idea to find such news, and then we can try to set up such a newsletter. Okay, so I have to look for the time. If there's no other suggestion, then we should go to the next point. That was the Alliance website. It was also already mentioned several times now. The Alliance website and what can be seen there. In the last few weeks, I had a few times the problem that the website was down and could not be reached, but normally it is working, and there is no, it's not working. It's not working at the moment. Okay. So I cannot comment on this at the moment. Last week I was on the website two or three times, and it was working.
It was working yesterday.
It was working yesterday, but currently it is not. So maybe there is something that could be improved, stability. On the other hand, there is already a lot of content on the website, mainly currently from a description of the members, very short description, but also then the reports that are were mentioned from CZ, which are published online, and other things. So the question is whether there are proposals for additional content that could be put on the website, could be provided by the members, because it cannot be all the task of the secretariat to collect all the contents only on their own. So we need contributions, of course, from other members, maybe statistics that can be published, or other reports that were mentioned already. Are there ideas how the website could be improved or should be changed from the audience here or online? So one point probably is the preparation of an upload site for news, that it can be easier used for a joint newsletter that might be published then regularly quarterly. Another point is probably the provision of reports that can be published and that also be advertised via the newsletter. For example, if there is a new report published on the GSTTA website, then we can send out the newsletter and advertise this report also for others. What else do you think is possible? So. We don't see any other suggestions. Then probably we will focus first on the possibility to have this upload site for news and maybe edit newsletter. We will check with the secretariat in the next days and weeks whether this will be possible. So the next discussion point in the agenda is the third white paper or white book. As was already mentioned several times today, we so far published two white books, and the third is at least intended. We are ready to work on this. The question is, we need contributions from our members. So in the last white book, I think there were 8 or 10 contributions collected and published together in this white book. Can be more, should not be less. Otherwise, if it's only 6 or 5 publications, then or contributions, then probably cannot be called a brilliant white book. So the question is, are members willing or prepared to contribute? And if there is the willingness, what could be a possible topic for this new white book? Are there ideas on which topic we should concentrate, focus in this in a possible new white book? One idea I had when looking at the presentations here downstairs yesterday and what is on the schedule. So this the last white book was dealing with the uncertainties of the development in the world, in the maritime world. For example, caused by COVID and other disruptions. Question is whether we could this time focus on sustainable development of shipping ports and shipping. One could probably find some more better title on this, but the question is whether this focus sustainability of ports and shipping and the challenges that we have. This is for this third white book. Are there other ideas, and are there, or would there be to provide the contribution? mentioned. Can we, everything else, if we find something that we can agree on? Oh, don't see any.
Members from SRM want to speak.
Okay.
Yes, that's.
Welcome. SRM wants to contribute. I don't know whether it is working now. Hopefully it is.
Right, Amira first.
Amira?
Yeah. Arena.
Ariana.
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 Yes, it works now. I attended, yes. I has attended, but I can't speak before.
But now we can hear you.
Okay. I have the problem with the video. I can't use my camera. I think it has disabled by the organization. I can use my microphone, but I can't use my camera.
Okay, but we can hear you. So
Yeah. Okay. You can hear me.
yes.
Okay. It is important. I'm sorry. Before I can't answer you when you call my name. But I was headed your conference.
Okay.
I think Olympia too can speak with you.
Hi.
Okay.
Good morning to
Okay.
everybody. Thank you for the audio now, but the video, I can't see my video. Just a second. Yes, here am I. Thank you. Here we are. We can hear you before. Sorry, but we can't speak with you. But now it's possible. Yes. Yeah.
We can see Ariana, not yet.
Yes, unfortunately. But we can hear her.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, we hear. Did you want to contribute to the discussion at the moment?
Excuse me, just a second.
We were talking about the possible title for White Book, and yes, later on then the question who is going to be editing the White Book, the third one. Would this be something?
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You are.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
I introduced myself very briefly because this morning we couldn't attend to the introduction of the guests of the conference.
Yes, was a technical problem.
Okay. I am very briefly. I am Mariana Bonfanti. I work at SRM, a study office linked to Intesa Sanpaolo Banking Group, and we have a maritime observatory focused on maritime studies in economic sense. In the afternoon, I'll present a brief presentation about the sustainability. And I give the floor to my colleague Olympia.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Olympia Ferrara of SRM, and in the afternoon, I will present the strategic role of roll-on and roll-off. I work on SRM, as Arianna said before, is an economic center of research. And we are specialized in maritime sector and logistics. Thank you.
Sorry again for the inconvenience.
So no problem. Seems to be a technical problem here. And so now you're introduced. Did you want to contribute to the question of the white book? Possible topic of the white book, overall topic, or then the question whether this is who is publishing it, who is editing it. So the first white book was published by KMI, and the Secretariat, the GSTTA, the joint cooperation and joint publication, and the second was done by us, by the ISL, together with the Secretariat or the GSTTA. So we are looking for volunteers editing, collecting the papers, editing, and publishing it. So is there the possibility here from one of the members in the room or on the screen to offer these efforts? So this organization could have also an influence, of course, on the overall topic that we.
In a word, do you intend our contribute in Word, because we sent our presentation to Secretariat of GSTTA.
Yes, so this would be, of course, one possibility to put the presentation, to write down the presentation in kind of an article, so it will not be an official research paper with a peer review, of course, but more or less kind of a conference proceedings here, if we would choose this kind of publication, so the presentation is put in text form and published. This was something that we did in the first, especially in the first white book. In the second, we had own articles that were produced and that were not only the written down presentations from that annual meeting before, but were even more than just the written presentation. So yes, we are looking for proposals for an overall topic, and also, of course, for volunteers for editing. If there is someone who would like to edit and publish this together with this GSTTA Secretariat, then of course this would be very welcome. Not seeing volunteers, maybe if we can agree on a topic, then I could offer that ISL would do it, undertake this once more, doing the publication, the collecting of the contributions. But as I said, we would require at least 8, better 10 or more applications to be consolidated in such a white book. Otherwise, I think it's not worth the effort, and it's also not worth called a white book if we have only a handful of applications summarized in this one book. So, if there is no other volunteer, I would offer the ISL resources to do the editing, and we can after the conference, after today's meeting, send around, let's say, call for papers for a topic that we should discuss. If there is, if there would be a proposal from our members, our guests, willing to contribute, and also to a proposal for the topic, then this is most welcome. Send it via mail, either to the secretariat or to myself. And then we decide whether we get enough proposals or volunteers, at least for contributions to this white book. Okay, so I think looking to the time, we should continue with the last topics of this internal session, the general session. We have already talked about collaboration opportunities of the members, and so the next point is volunteer for next chairman. So 3 years ago, I was asked to take over the position of the GSTTA's chairman for 3 years, and this period is over now for at the end of this year. So we are looking for a new applicant for this position, and so I'm asking for volunteers. So we have to fill this position. Usually it's for 3 years. I have to say it's not too much work. Because most of the work is done by the secretariat, and so it's only being part of the General Assembly, the annual meetings, maybe doing this kind of moderation, having some correspondence, of course, with the secretariat, but this is something very convenient, so it's not too much work. Anyone who would be willing to do so? Yes, but he's not here. Yeah, do we say he could be volunteer? Yeah, so we could ask Professor Alamosi if he's back, if there is no other proposal, if there is no, if we find no one else, I already said that I could prolong for another year. That is the wish of the Alliance. but this is then only to allow the possible future volunteer to decide and to think about this. But I would say we have 10 more months to go until this is becoming effective. So it should be possible to find someone who is taking over this position and to stick to the rule that we are changing this position every 3 years. So it's not my wish to stay on this position for another 2 or 3 years. I would offer to do it if we are not finding someone, but the best would be to find the new chairman for next year. And that can be then voted about via email, I think.
Yes, yes.
Afterwards. Okay.
Email us after the conference. Yeah.
And the last topic was recommendation for new members. Are there from our group here recommendations for new members that we can include into our alliance? We currently, I think we have 19 member organizations. So it's there is room for more. Should be research institutions, but also other think tanks in the maritime business. Are there proposals from our members in the room or on the screen for new members? So if there is nothing today, please feel free also to contact the Secretariat afterwards if you come across cooperating partners and partner institutions who could be interested to be part of this group. Propose this, and then we will talk with them and offer the possibility to be part of this group. Normally, we have also a mail amongst the members, whether there is kind of an opposition or if all agree to include this new member. But so far, I have not seen that there was a partner or applying partner rejected. So please, if you come across a possible new partner for this alliance, then mention it to the Secretariat and they will arrange all the necessary procedures.
Professor, excuse me.
Yep.
Because we have many companies here joining recently our meeting, I need more information about the regulation of the membership from the Secretariat, and we will share among this database. That will help.
Yes, probably that is possible. The regulations. So
yeah.
we are talking about think tanks and research institutions, education institutions, research institutions.
Only institutions. Only institutions. Only academic.
Yes. So it's academic and consultancy. Let's say it's also possible.
Not from the industry or for port authorities.
So far, we haven't any port authorities as members, and also industry.
But we have companies.
DNV,
DNV,
for example, Drury is consultancy and company.
Yeah.
So yes.
If that applicable, we can share together with our database, and we'll contact the secretary.
Yeah.
I would like also to welcome Captain Ali Awesome. He joined us recently. He's the managing director for Eastport Port Said from the Suez Canal Economic Zone. Welcome, Captain Ali.
Thank you, Becca. Okay, if there is no other point to be discussed in this general discussion, then we would now have a coffee break and photo session according to the program, to the agenda.
Sorry, excuse me. May I add something?
Yes, of course, Olympia.
Okay, if possible, SRM aims towards, I want to say that if it's possible, SRM aims to host the next year's plenary meeting in Italy, in Naples, if you are interested in it. Thank you.
Okay, that's something I forgot. Thank you very much, Olympia. We had one point on the agenda, volunteer for the next annual meeting next year. So we have again the possibility to hopefully to meet in person, and we need a host for this. This year we are perfectly hosted in Alexandria, and now Olympia offered the SRM being a host in Naples, Italy. Are there others who wanted to be a host for this? Because we have been in Naples already some years ago, I think 2019.
18.
18?
Yeah.
80, yeah.
19 was in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for the offer, for the proposal. Probably we would be happy to accept.
Yeah.
We have to look for the date and whether we can have a side event on this, like Marlow or something else, in order to have a lot of members participating in person. I don't know whether we will arrange the next year again session like today with presence and online participation. But this will be something that we will discuss during the next year. Okay. So thank you very much. Now we're going into the coffee break. Sorry, we are late. Much late. How much time do we have for coffee break and for the session now?
15 minutes.
30 minutes.
15 minutes.
Then we take these 30 minutes maximum, and we continue.
Then we take a photo first. Then we
Yes.
have our break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We continue at 1:30 sharp, and at the beginning of this break, we will have the photo session, taking a group photo here of the parties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you? I don't know, it should be Tim. Tim Paul, are you already online?
让小杨问一下。
Hurry, there, hurry. There's right. He's that right.
No.
She's not online. Ah, this one. Yeah. Ah, yes, ma'am. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are starting with this first session on the presentations. First presentation will be done by Professor Alamowski, and we'll be dealing with the innovation. First presentation is from Alain Morsi, the Dean of the Ford Training Institute. And his presentation will deal with innovation and capacity building and keeping pace with the future profiles in ports. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lamper. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your attendance and for this long day. I think this day is very exhausting day, but we have used for that. Actually, my presentation, I'd like to be very short and to the point. Actually, I'm talking right now for the innovation in port, and I have one main objective related to the innovation in port, because I think that most of our port authorities need an innovation and to need an incubator for the innovation hubs to be in your port, even your organization. Let's begin with an interesting slide about the Global Innovation Index. In 2022, we have see the Global Innovation Index has been launched from the United Nations, and you can imagine what is the most innovative country all over the world. It is Switzerland. And if you see in this presentation or in this map, the index or the number of the innovation for each country, we will see that the most innovative country is Netherlands and USA, Denmark, and England, Netherlands, South Korea, Indonesia, I think, or Singapore, then Germany. Congratulations, Germany is the eighth. And then Sweden, I think, then Denmark. So innovation depend on many factors. Depend on the financial support for the organization, depend on how you can make an economic sophistication for this innovation hub. And also, this is the list of the 5 most important companies innovative all over the world. You can find many of these companies related to, of course, the IT and digitalization aspects like Apple, Tesla, Amazon, and also you can find an organization which related to the service provider like Alibaba, Walmart, and also you will find food companies which consider one of the most innovative companies all over the world, like McDonald's. And of course, in China, we can find Huawei, Xiaomi, Coca-Cola. In the Arab region, we will have Saudi Arabia, Saudi Aramco, which one of the oil and gas companies in Saudi Arabia. Here is introduction about the innovation and what is the most innovative country. I'd like from this to go through the innovation in port. Innovation in port is the process of introducing new ideas. We need our who have many ambitious plans and many strong ideas about the innovation. Their brains have strong capabilities for thinking and bringing idea out of the box. So the innovation is a process of new ideas, technologies, practice, or strategies to enhance various aspects of port operation, management, and infrastructure. It also includes developing and implementing new solutions aimed to improving sustainability, safe, and competitiveness. So this is the feature key area of the innovation in ports. There are many aspects in port we can make innovation in it, like AI, artificial intelligence, of course, and we can make an innovation in the governance, innovation in the smart container terminal technology, innovation in cybersecurity, innovation in port community system, smart traffic management. All these aspects or all these pillars we can make innovation in it. Of course, we have challenge for innovation, and I think that the main challenges for the innovation is the funding, is the financial support. So one of the main challenges which can decrease the innovation in our ports is the funding constraints, technological interaction. We need to change the mind of our employee to that resistance to the change, which I think one of the most
challenges that faces us when we are making any development in any organization. How can you change the mindset of your employees? Security concerns and operation efficiency. All these aspects or all these challenges can face any organization while they are making their innovation incubators. According to the IAPH reference, the main pillar for the innovation, first of all, the port sectors need incubator, which I begin my speech that we need some body or some entity to incubate and develop and feed up this terminology in our organization. So we need an incubator for innovation. We need innovation approach should be fully integrated into port organization and department. Also, we need to implement innovation depend on ability to translate an innovation. We need to translate this idea from just an idea to working proof of concept. Of course, funding is a many critical element for the innovation ecosystem. Related to the port label, of course, port label is a lifeblood of the port industry, which we can focus on it in Port Training Institute. We need to make a merge between the building capacity and port label and the innovation in port. We need to enhance the knowledge, we need to enhance the skills, and we need to enhance the attitude for all our employees, and we need an innovation idea for enhancing such competence. Why innovation in capacity building become essential? I think that we need to enhance efficiency. We need to comply with regularity requirements. We need to meet the market demand and generate employment opportunity. We need to facilitate the growth, the economic growth. All these aspects are making the innovation in our ports is very essential. Let's go through the impact of innovation in building capacity. Of course, innovation is an important for making a motivation and engagement for the laborers to their organization. Also, make hand-on experience and skill development, making collaboration and knowledge sharing, evaluation and feedback, and continuous learning and professional development for our employees. Related to the innovation in building capacity, we suggest two main pillars: innovation in the training method itself, and also innovation in the trends for what we teach or what we train. Regarding the innovation in the training methods, we have many methods of training. By the way, tomorrow we have one of the most innovative ideas with cooperation with IAPH. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., we are making a game, like a Monopoly game, between all partners. We have more than 28 participants in this game to show for the students or show for the trainees what is the main aspect of world port sustainability. So the trainees or the students will sit together and make this game. So this is one of the innovative idea for training, which can named by gamification. So we are making gamification, we are use artificial intelligence and virtual reality in our training methods. We use peer-to-peer training as one of the most innovative idea for training. Also simulation and e-learning and space training. All these aspects are examples for how can we make the training environment more innovative. So we have simulation technology. We have, and by the way, we have in Port Training Institute the most updated simulator for the forklift and reach stacker equipment, which is very important in any container terminal or in any port. So we have a good example for this simulator. Also, regarding the virtual reality, in Port Training Institute, we are making a simulator for firefighting simulator using the virtual reality. So you can see this image. So when the trainee wear his glove, we will make
as a simulation to the firefighting process. Also, we can make data analytics and predictive modeling for the training process. Also, can create learning platform like what we can make in Pre-Coaching, one of the online platform academy for the training. Gamification, like I said before, that tomorrow we have a good example for the innovative idea for training, which is the gamification with the IAPH, which is one of the high events for Marvel. It is the game individual. It is an individual for the gaming, which can express and explain all the aspects of the certification. Let's go to the future trend in port and maritime industry. We have all our courses depend on main features or in the most updated trends all over the world. Of course, all of you know well the most updated trends in the maritime industry and in ports, digitalization, green transition, and resilience and optimization. This is the main aspects of all our training courses depending on digitalization, like individual big data, Internet of Things, AI and robotics, cybersecurity, blockchain. When we go through the green transition in port, we are talking about the green transition, clean energy, environmental quality assurance. When we are talking about the resilience, it is one of the most important topics related to the training, of course, and optimization. All our training courses make a mix and embedding the industry with the academia. So we have industrial experts go through the academic partner hand by hand. So all our courses divided to the international expertise in addition to the industrial partner and in addition to the academic partner. Of course, this slide shows how much we have a strong collaboration with all our international bodies and all our peer institute related to the training in the field of port, like Valencia Port, Marseille in France. Of course, we are honored that we have a strong collaboration with Shanghai International Shipping Institute and also Qingdao Vocational and Technological College in China. Also, we are embedding all our courses with industrial partners like Siemens, General Electrical, and Fortinet for cybersecurity. So we are embedding both academic partners with international institution with industrial partner. Here is some of our examples with international cooperation with Belgium, with Valencia Port Foundation in Spain, with Marseille Post in France, and also with Schola Europea in Italy. All these courses are dual degree between Port Training Institute and this international STEAM and distinguished institute all over the world. And of course, we have a strong collaboration with China, with Qingdao, and with Shanghai Institute. Also, we have collaboration with Malaysia. We have a strong collaboration with Netherlands Maritime University in Malaysia, and we are proposed for making an international conference in Malaysia next September. Related to the industrial partner, we have strong collaboration with Siemens, General Electrical, Fortinet in the field of cybersecurity. We have strong collaboration with Djiboutian Port Authority and Djiboutian Port Community System. Related to the final point of my presentation, I'd like to suggest the upcoming event and what is our future perspective for the international cooperation. In April 2024, we are making a strong training course related to the customer relationship management in port and free zone. Also, in May 2024, with the collaboration with the British University in Cairo, we are making a course or workshop for 2 days related to the green economy in ports. With Southeastern Airway University, we are making a joint diploma in, I think, in June 2024, related to the modern strategies in port safety and security, which has been held in Sokhna, in the Red Sea, in Egypt, with a collaboration with the Denmark, Southern Eastern Norway, in Norway. In September, we have organized, as I said, international conference with Netherlands Maritime University in Malaysia.
In October 2024, we have container terminal management course with the Port of Antwerp in Belgium. And this is our international agenda. Thanks for your attention. And I hope that all our activities in Port Training Institute affiliated to the Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport has been very clear for you what our scope. And by the way, as I said for Professor Lamper before, that we are keen for spreading all our training and educational objective. In addition, also that in the upcoming days, we can add for them the consultation and also the research aspects. So we are dealing with training, education, consultation, and research aspects in Port Training Institute. Thanks a lot, and have a good stay in Alexandria.
So thank you for presentation. Thank you for keeping the time. That is something that I should have mentioned already at the beginning. We have a very tight schedule today, and all the presentations should not last longer than 15 minutes as it is planned. So then we might have a few moments for questions. Are there questions to Professor Morsi's presentation? From the online participants, don't see anything. No. So then I would propose that we directly continue. Tim, Power would be the next according to the agenda. I saw him already.
Yep. Hi, Burkhard. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Tim. Tim Power is talking about decarbonization of shipping, and I don't want to lose time and spend your valuable time. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Burkhard. Good to see you again, and good to be with all the think tank members. The subject of my short talk today is about the decarbonization of shipping. I want you to put yourselves in the mind of a small to medium-sized ship owner and to think about the challenges that they face when they are thinking about what to do. Because this is a very, very difficult challenge particularly for small to medium ship owners. Shipping is an industry that has very variable profitability, and therefore investing has to be done with great care. And this is extremely challenging for small to medium ship owners. Let's start by talking about what are the drivers of decarbonization in shipping. Obviously, there is a whole global drive towards decarbonization in general, but when we look at shipping itself, the first push is to decarbonize is from regulatory bodies. We have the International Maritime Organization is obviously the most important global organization pushing this, but we also have increasing regional regulation, particularly from the European Union. For example, most recently putting a price on carbon for shipping and including shipping in the emissions trading system. There is also a push from financial institutions. The adoption of the Poseidon principles by a number of lending banks in particular means that ship owners that are investing in new ships or indeed in anything will have to take climate into account in much more than they have done in the past. People who charter, companies who charter the ships of these ship owners are also more and more, at least the leading ones, are more and more concerned about this. And they are exerting their own pressure through things like, for example, the Sea Cargo Charter. The insurance industry in marine insurance is now developing its own Poseidon principles for marine insurance that will also push emissions reduction. And there are some, not all, but some leading end customers who are also pushing this. So there's push for decarbonization from a variety of actors in this sector. When we look at the specific measures that a ship owner can take to reduce emissions, there's a whole range of different things, some of which require, well, some of which are more revolutionary and radical than others. If we start at the simple end, you could actually, simply by improving the way that you manage your voyages, you can reduce emissions. So for example, there is this phenomenon of steam fast and wait. If you go, imagine you steam at 18 knots to get to a port, and then you wait for 1 day because your berth is occupied, that is simply wasteful, obviously wasteful. But this does happen. So improving voyage management to manage speed effectively is a very relatively simple and cost-effective way of reducing emissions. You can also improve, there are various devices, for example, to do with propellers and propulsion systems that can reduce, improve the efficiency of propulsion and therefore reduce emissions. If you make sure that the hull of your ship is absolutely clean all the time and there has minimum resistance, that can have a significant impact on emissions. So these are all relatively straightforward, well understood mechanisms by which you can reduce emissions from an existing ship. But actually, if you want to do something more radical, you have to do more. And the most radical, of course, is changing the fuel and changing the engine. And if you use fuel that is zero carbon, of course, what that means is you can eliminate emissions altogether. So that is, if you like, the golden or the great objective of this whole sector in the end. But it's going to take a lot of time and effort to get there. When we look at these different low or zero carbon fuels, there are lots of challenges. Ammonia is one fuel which can be used to generate power for engines, but it has a huge problem that is highly toxic. If there were a spill of ammonia, that would be an environmental catastrophe. Engine technology for the use of ammonia is still evolving, and ships with ammonia would be 20% more expensive than those without. Another new fuel that is being developed, particularly by Maersk Line, is methanol. And of course, that is not zero carbon, but if you create it through as green methanol, it can be net zero carbon. But the vessel technology is again more expensive, 10 to 15% more expensive. LNG has the potential to reduce emissions, but not eliminate them. But it is because of the containment system, and you have to keep keeping LNG in a liquid form, it is 20% higher capital expenditure, and of course operating expenditure also increases because of the energy used to keep the gas in liquid form. There is also this doubt about methane slip, and of course methane is 80 times more warming than carbon dioxide. So if you have substantial methane emissions, then that eliminates any benefit you get from LNG, and that is still a question of an item of doubt. Engine technology for hydrogen is not yet fully mature, and biofuels, which could be attractive, are not yet available in enough quantity. So you can see this is a complicated question. These are not easy solutions. There's a question of availability. Related to that is the bunkering infrastructure. I mean, the fuel may be being made, but it needs to be put in the right place and into an infrastructure that allows it to be put into ships. There's a question of cost, and that could be the capital expenditure. It could be the cost of the fuel itself. I mean, for example, if typical fuel at the moment is around, say, $600 a ton for heavy fuel oil, ammonia would be probably equivalent to around $2,000 a ton. So your operating costs are going to rocket, and that is, in a highly competitive market, is very difficult. There's a question of safety. I said ammonia is highly toxic. There are also some concerns about the safety of methanol on board. There's the question of whether actually, or to what extent, these fuels will reduce emissions overall. And when because we have to take into account not just carbon, but other substances that are put into the atmosphere. There will be questions about regulation, and including, for example, will there be levies on new fuels, or on existing fuels? So there's a whole range of complexity related to new fuels, which make it extremely difficult to choose, particularly for small to medium ship owners. DNV, Dat Norske Veritas, which is one of the leading classification societies that is constantly monitoring all of this, have a view that there will be no single common fuel in future. Now we have heavy fuel oil. They expect there will be a great variety of different fuels. It could be hydrogen fuel cell, it could be electric, it could be methanol, it could be ammonia. This is going to make the whole fuel ecosystem for shipping much more complicated than it has ever been before. One of the ways in which new fuels can be deployed is through green corridors. And this is something that was promoted at COP26 in the Clydebank Declaration. And this is a schematic map of the routes that are planned. The basic idea is very simple, that if you link, for example, Shanghai to Los Angeles, it will be possible for a particular service to use green fuel on that leg. This is particularly suitable for container shipping, where you have vessels deployed on predictable schedules, but frankly, at the moment, is not very predictable for tramp shipping, where vessels may wander all over the place. If you have, for example, you can see Australia to China or Korea, that may be, for example, iron ore. If it's a predictable movement, then you can have maybe a green fueled Capesize running on that route. So that's okay. But many bulk trades are not very amenable to this. Anyhow, we shall see how these initiatives being actively pursued, and we'll see how effectively they work out. I will I've shared these slides with Sarah because there's a lot of detail on here. But it is, if you're interested in this topic, this is worth pursuing. When we think about, and this looks at 4 key issues facing the maritime community. So first one is regulation in general. So what is IMO going to do? What is the EU going to do? What is China going to do? And what is the US going to do? What will happen about marine fuel? And these biofuels, LNG, methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen. How will the regulatory agencies deploy what they call market-based measures? In other words, putting a price on carbon to level the playing field and also to encourage migration away from fossil fuels. And to what extent can retrofitting be a solution to help ship owners get to where they need to? In the interest of time, I won't go through this in detail, but those are the main topics. And there's a lot of there are a lot of issues to be tackled. So coming to the original question, what should a small to medium ship owner do? What can they do now? Well, the first thing they can do is with their existing ships, they can do, if they can get hold of biofuel, it can be used as to reduce emissions. But there's a question of availability. You can fit propulsion improvement devices, you can improve your voyage management, and you can improve the hull condition. All of those can make a significant difference to your emissions. And of course, one I didn't put on here, because it's dependent on charterers and other considerations, you can reduce speed. And speed reduction has a very significant impact on emissions. You can, with existing ships, retrofit. So you could, at your next dry docking, if you had the money to invest, you could say, okay, I'm going to replace my existing engine with a dual fuel engine that will give me the flexibility to use my existing ship in future for whatever fuels I see coming up. For example, you might have a methanol dual fuel engine. You can retrofit energy saving devices, and you could consider, this is a measure I didn't refer to earlier, carbon capture and storage on board. If you're buying second-hand ships, which is will be the option for most small ship owners, the thing you need to do is to buy ships that can be regarded as eco ships that will comply with the CII regulations for at least 5 years. And that keeps you in business. And then you can find ways to modify them that make them more compliant for longer. And that could be the various energy saving devices that could be fitted. And then if you have the capital to buy new ships, you can buy a conventional vessel with the most advanced energy saving devices. You can buy one with onboard carbon capture and storage, and you can buy ships with dual fuel engines that make you ready for what's coming. And if you're going to run those ships on routes where you have access to the zero carbon or low carbon fuel, you need to make long-term contracts for the relevant fuels, because availability is going to be a really key thing. So that's what ship owners can do, ladies and gentlemen. It's an extremely challenging time for them, but as Michael Parker, who led the development of the Poseidon Principles for the finance industry and shipping, he said, do what you can now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim, for the interesting presentation. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. For the interesting presentation. Are there questions from the audience regarding the presentation of Tim Power? Yes, just a moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Power, for your powerful presentation. Please allow me this game with the words. I have a question with two parts. One is you say and you support the conviction that we will not see in the future one common fuel, but we will see something like a distribution of various fuels according to specific needs, and the reorganization of the whole logistic chain for many companies and many commerce networks, etc. Do you see, however, a light trend of a type of fuel that is more advanced than the others? This is the one question. And the other question is that as the conditions are quite different for reorganizing, in case we talk about liner services or trumping shipping, if you see strong trends in each one of those different markets.
Yeah, very good questions. I think the first thing I would say is that in a way the container shipping industry is probably leading and is probably in some respects the simplest to adapt to this future. Why are they leading? Part of the reason is that they are closer to end consumers than most of the bulk trades are. And therefore they will feel pressure from customers like IKEA, maybe Walmart or other leading players it's only one step from they're only one step away from us and consumer behavior. So I think that is why they are leading, and obviously lines like Maersk in particular, CMA CGM increasingly are very active in pursuing this. The first thing that we saw in this respect really was container shipping lines going for LNG. CMA CGM launched a string of ultra-large LNG-powered container ships, and that was at the time when that was believed to be the right thing to do. Hapag-Lloyd also had similar, And their logic was at that time, look, we know that this is still a fossil fuel, but it is something we can do now that can make a difference. They estimated it could save up to 20% of emissions if they were to switch to LNG. So we saw some container shipping lines doing that. And then we saw Maersk Line moving very strongly into methanol. And we can see that quite a number of these CMA CGM, I think in particular, I think maybe also MSC now, I think even one, are now ordering dual fuel methanol ships. So it looks like for the container shipping industry, methanol may be the preferred or most common option for certain trade, and plus LNG, I think, is still going to be there. As far as the other sectors are concerned, to be honest, I think it's a bit too complicated for me to comment on, partly because I think there isn't a visible trend in any of these other sectors yet. Dry is populated by lots of small owners, highly fragmented industry. I don't think there is a trend yet in that. I think there are some major charters. I think Rio Tinto, I think they have gone in for long-term charters of LNG powered Capesize or similar bulk ships, but I'm not sure about the trends in the other sectors. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Tim. So I'm sorry, but looking on the watch, we have to continue. Other questions are not possible at the moment because of timing reasons. So the next presentation would be from Admiral Dr. Rafiq Alad. He's Executive Managing Director of the Damietta Container and Cargo Handling Corporation. And he'll be talking about best practice on port sustainability in Egypt. Please, Admiral Alad, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Before morning, I said good morning. I will come you again in Egypt and Marlock in Alexandria and Marlock Sepin. It gives me pleasure to be with you here to make this presentation about an overview of the Egyptian container terminals and future prospects. Am I loud?
Yes. Yes.
We have the agenda here. First of all, introduction. Number two, overview of the existing container terminals and the future expansions and the new container terminals and the market share analysis. Overview about the Damietta Container and Cargo Handling Company, and that's my own company. If we give an introduction now, there are some challenges that affected maritime transport. In my point of view, we can consider it. Some of them are political, geopolitical, and the economy. So after turmoil, COVID-19 in the world and the world started, abnormally low water levels in Panama Canal Houthis ships attack while crossing the Bab el Manda Strait recently. Yesterday, we have heard the president of the Suez Canal Authority. He spoke about a submerged vessel yesterday. And last but not least, the effects of decarbonization of international maritime transport leads to an increase in maritime transport prices, especially in European ports. Despite all of this, we have here an hope. We have here hope. So we see now the container trade in the world is always high rate. So it is, we can say, without container trading, there is no trade in the world. Speak now also about the global trade container. Here we have 4 alliances who control the container trade in the world. We have the 2M alliance, MSC and Maersk. We have the alliance 1 shipping line, Yangming, HMM from South Korea, Haberloyd from Germany, and we have Ocean Alliance, which is COSCO, OOCL, CNA, CNA, CGM, and Evergreen. Suddenly, 1 month ago, Haberloyd announced that they will have a coalition with Maersk. From the beginning of the year 2025. What will happen in the market? Nobody knows. And Haberloyd also lead the alliance here and the right, and the Maersk leaves the 2M. Then we will have here alone 1 and Yangming and HMM without Haberloyd. And in the left of the screen, we have now MSC, which is number 1 in the world, is also alone outside the 2M alliance. What will happen in the market the next year? I think this issue deserves a study or a big study to control the market or to see what will happen in the market. Then we will speak about an overview of the existing container terminals and future expansions and the new container terminals. Current and future capacity. The current capacity of the Egyptian ports, which is 12 million TEU. The source is the Egyptian maritime transport sector, which is officially the total capacity of the new container terminals, which is already in construction, 7 million TEU, which when added will be, the total will be 19 million TEUs. On the last 15 March 2023, Hutchison Ports and COSCO have announced a significant investment in El Sokna port with a capacity of 1.7 million TEUs. Also a new container in berth number 100 in Alexandria port. We think the Egyptian container terminals capacity will reach 22 million TEU in the very near future. I think you heard the Minister of Transport. We plan that we want to reach 40 million in 2030. 40 million in 2030. We will speak now about the market share analysis. There's a market share analysis in Egypt, or a symbol for a market share analysis from 2017 to 2023. You will see here in 2017, 6.2 million views, and in 2023, 8.4 million views. The next, please. That's an overview about our share or the share for ports and terminals in Egypt. Here we have the SCCD and East Port Said, which is created by Pers, 44%. And the next is Damietta, our own company, 20%. And then the next, Port Said West, 5%. Then Alexandria, 11%. Then ICT, 8%. And DB World in Al Sukna, 11%. Now I'll give an overview about Damietta Container and Cargo Handling Corporation. You see now in this slide our yards and our terminal, which is the capacity, which is the 813,000 square meter. I speak about our crane and trucks and so on. We have 13 STS. We have 3 mobile gantry cranes. We have 80 container trucks. We have 26 RTGs. We have 27 forklifts and 15 reach stacker. We have a plan to improve and increase our equipment. If we speak about the electronic system and so on, and the computer system, which is control the terminals all over the world, it's now so important to have a system to increase your operation, your income, and so on. So we have the Nevis N4. That's a terminal operating system. I think it is one from the most excellent systems in the world. Our levels are, we have 1,300 who are permanent. And we have temporary laborers also. We are keen that the laborers must be treated with clever mind, with they are and they are themselves keen to make everything right, to treat the equipment with the right method and so on. They have a training course every time and so on. If you speak about our this is just a statistic about our throughput. We are in 2023. We make the throughput is 1 million, around 2 million, which was not achieved before. From them, around 1.5 million transit and then export and import. And that's the ratio. The transshipment around 73% and import 7%, export 20%. About our development project, we increase our yards to be from, as I said before, 830,000 to around 1,200,000 square meter. That's our new project, which will be an added value to our terminal. We make a dry port, which will be with us and our corporation. That is we will make storage yards and the dry port, reefer warehouse, container maintenance, wash station for ISO tank containers, stores and warehouses for different types of goods, EDI service for reefer containers. If we speak about development and DCHC, the quay length was 1015 or 1015 to 1450. Now it will be it is now 1650. The increasing ratio is 13.8%. The total area will increase, as I said before, to 1,200,000. The increase ratio is 44, around 44%. The STS cranes will be increased and with the ratio of 23%. The RTG will increase the percent of 15. The throughput capacity will be from 1.3 million to 1.8 million, and it will be in the very soon future 2.2 million TEUs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Gala, for the presentation. Are there questions from the audience here in the room or online? Don't see anything online. No hand raised, no chat. What about the room here? So then seems to be all clear. Then we continue in order to return to our schedule with the presentation of the goal Y1. Associate Professor and Track Leader of Center of American Studies at the National University of Singapore. He will be talking about unraveling maritime disruptions for a resilient horizon. Please, floor yours. Do you want to use this microphone or?
Good afternoon, everyone. So what I'm going to go through is I'm just going to talk about some of the macroeconomic trends and how that affects global trade, how that affects global supply chains, and potentially how that affects shipping. And from there, maybe give some ideas about what are the things that we could think about from sort of a shipping perspective. So possible areas of research as well as perhaps consultancy. Right. So I think we all know about this, right? So because of COVID, supply chain really went into the consciousness of it, of management, and of course for us in the room, supply chain has always been important. Shipping is always important, but this is the time that it went into the consciousness of people, and now what you see is that there's a talk about just in case. So from the paradigm of just in time towards looking at just in case. So what does that mean from the perspective of companies, right? So we are very much looking at contingency planning and contingency and resilience, and how do we actually prepare for disruptions. And of course, it's easy to say, but a lot of this would actually lead to a higher cost of operations, and therefore potentially have impact on companies as well. Okay, so freight rates have been volatile. I think this is a chart that I picked up from Freightos, and you can see that for a long time, freight rates have been very stable, but during COVID, it shot up to 10 times, and it went down again. But it has started to come up as well because of the recent disruptions that we talked about in the Red Sea. Okay, sourcing paradigms are changing. So what does that mean as well, right? So previously we talked about sourcing from the point of view of getting lowest cost, but now we are talking about sourcing from the point of view of resilience, and that means that we are diversifying the locations that we source from. So when we source from different locations, then the cost of sourcing will also go up. The diversification of where we are buying from will also lead to new shipping lanes, new shipping routes, and therefore potentially impact on the ports and shipping industry as well, in terms of where the volumes are coming from, okay, or where the new allocation of volumes would be. Okay, so you can see over here in these two reports, one in 2020 and the other one by Gartner in 2022. By far the greatest concentration of the greatest input, right, of where they see their priorities are is in sourcing diversification. So 51% actually said that they will look for new sources, and the other one in the Gartner survey said the same thing as well. So very much a change in the way that we think about cost effectiveness, right? So in the past, companies would think about cost reduction and economies of scale. But it looks like their perspective has changed, at least in the last 2 years or so. All right. Okay, so what does that mean, right? So I think overall, when you think about all these changes, right, and we are all aware of the changes that we see. So on one hand, there's the overall macroeconomic environment that is changing how we think about supply chains. The other one, of course, is digitalization, which I'm not going to talk about today. But two of these impacts, or two of these overall trends, right, would change how supply chain structures are being done, and as a result of that, how shipping and trade volumes will possibly change as well. Okay, and of course, when we look at the diversification and digitalization, that leads to new business models, potentially new efficiencies as well, because companies need to cut costs in the context of what you see as inflationary factors today, as well as just trying to keep up with digital disruption and technology disruption. So and of course improving productivity. So overall, right, is various forces at play that I think we can see where we're trying to where we're trying to achieve business resilience and supply chain resilience, but at the same time there are multiple forces at play that are pulling companies in some ways in different directions as well. Okay, so the trend lines are not always clear, but certainly there are a number of trends that are happening that that will change how we operate in the future. Okay, so how does this impact global trade and maritime? All right, so so just now we talked about diversification and changes in trade lanes. So what does that mean? I think first of all, what does that mean for companies? So if trade volumes are changing and companies are diversifying and perhaps looking at new manufacturing locations, then what does that mean, right? In terms of trade volumes, in terms of shipping volumes, in terms of how we allocate capacities, and possibly rise of smaller ports, regional ports as well, that require some of these more regional type of shipments as well, right? While we still have large hub ports. So the way that we think about shipping networks, or the way that we think about port networks, may also change in future, right? Depending on how long these trends continue. Okay, and over here, just now I talked about just in time, versus just in case. So during COVID, companies started to talk about just in case, and in the Financial Times article, which I showed earlier on, they said, companies have shifted towards a just in case perspective. But if you look at inventory levels, right? So this is the US inventory levels, and I got this from the US Census Bureau. And this is from 1992 to 2023. And this is for inventory levels for manufacturers. And you can see that actually, there's the big spike here in COVID, right, in 2021. Okay, but besides that big spike that you see in inventory levels, there has also been a gradual increase in inventory levels. So when we think about the just-in-time kind of paradigm, the just-in-time paradigm is not only something that the just-in-case kind of paradigm is not something that has just happened in recent years, but in a way, it has been getting more and more difficult. I mean, in the sense that it's more and more difficult to do a just-in-time, right? So companies have actually been increasing their inventory levels in the last decade. So if you look at the chart itself, from around 2008 onwards, right, from the financial crisis, it jumped up, and then from the 2010 decade, inventory levels have actually been rising in the last decade. Okay, so if you think about inventory as a reflection of risk, that also means that we have actually companies actually have perceived more risk in their environment, and therefore the amount of inventory that companies have been keeping has been increasing over the years. So it's not just during the last couple of years during COVID that we saw inventory jumps, but actually this has been happening over the last decade. So what does that mean, from our point of view of operations? So if we think about keeping inventory, do we need more warehouses? Do we need more, more storage facilities, even for the ports? If there's disruption at the ports, do we need to be able to store the goods somewhere so that, while shipping lines are waiting for to come in or to go out, we actually have a place to keep the stock. So some of this port planning may also change if we think about, where, the distribution type facilities that we need in order to be able to cater to, warehouse, to the inventory that may build up, because of disruptions or because of delays. Okay, and then multimodal solutions. So I think the other thing that we saw during COVID was that, because of all the delays in sea freight, that multimodal became more important. So alternatives in terms of having rail, for example, from China to Europe, alternatives, and then after this Red Sea incident happened, then this was also seen as a viable alternative, right? Because again, rather than having to sail through the Cape of Good Hope, so things like that, right? I think over time, companies will explore more multimodal solutions. And again, if we think about what it means, for shipping lines, right? So of course, Maersk has also bought into, logistics company, and I think CMA CGM has also done the same thing in terms of buying logistics company, and in Singapore, PSA has also purchased, BDP Logistics, which is a supply chain provider. So being able to create multiple solutions and provide customers with sort of integrated solution and being able to do a true service and create alternatives if there's disruption in certain modes, I think will also be helpful. So not just, of course, sea freight is always the most efficient, but at the same time, being able to give customers an alternative in case of delays, so that the most urgent cargo can have a chance that we are able to move out into, into the, to be able to transport out or to be able to ship out or to be able to reach the customer locations. Okay, and then the other possibility is also on digital trade. So if we think about, the conventional way of shipping, right, on the conventional way that we think about commerce, and so it's containerized and we are shipping big containers for retail. But in recent years, when we talk about e-commerce, and that's very much part of the digital trade arena, there's also a growth in small parcels. So small parcels would then, of course, require like loose cargo loads. In some cases also air freight, right? Air freight or in some cases loose cargo loads. So again, that may change how some of this volume is being moved, and this also and this is very much in line with the kind of trend between in the growth of e-commerce versus retail, right? So a retail environment is based on large volume of goods being shipped, whereas an e-commerce mode is based on small volumes of parcels being shipped. And of course, the way that small parcels are being shipped will be different from the way that a retailer buys in bulk, right? So so there's a lot of statistics about the number of air parcels that are growing as a result of e-commerce, and that to some extent also change the nature of how shipping is being done or how transportation is being done to reach customer side, to the customers. Okay, so I hope that gives you some idea, or I got some more. Okay, and I teach classes on supply chain and technology innovation. So I went to my class. These are postgraduate classes, and I went to my class and I said, let's do a very informal survey. So this is not a scientific survey by any means. All right, not statistically significant. Okay, but I just want to but it's something that we can also think about, right? Even from a commercial point of view or from a research point of view. And the reason why I bring this up is I just wanted to see what people think about how long this kind of disruption would continue. And I was quite surprised to see, right? So I asked them, how do you think supply chains will continue to face large disruptions? So I ran this survey in 2 of my postgraduate classes. And I gave them 4 options. One is within this year. The second one is next 2 years. the third option is next 5 years, and the next option is next 10 years. Okay, so I just asked them, right? So it's a sentiment analysis, right? Basically, what do you think about the future? And you know, if you look at the response, okay, 33% of them said next 5 years, and 35% of them said next next 10 years. Okay, and in the other survey, in the other class, 32% of them said next 5 years, and 40% of them said next 10 years. So basically, you have more than 60%, right? A clear majority that think. So it's not, it's not factual, right? But a clear majority of at least 60% of people, and many of these are industry people, think that supply chain disruptions will continue for at least the next 5 to 10 years. Okay, so what does that mean, right? That also means that this type of just-in-case mentality, the kind of changes that we make to build up inventory, the kind of changes that we make to have alternatives will continue. Okay, because initially when we had COVID and COVID sort of died down, the world should have gone back to normal, but the world didn't go back to normal, right? So the disruptions continue, and now the mindset, seems to be that disruptions will continue in the next few years, in the foreseeable future, and therefore that will also change how corporates respond to what to do, right? In terms of investments and in terms of their management thinking about how they shape their supply chains. Okay, so that's something that maybe I'm personally interested as well, right? So something that we can talk about as well, right? How do we measure what companies think about what to do, and what kind of steps that they are taking in terms of their own supply chain diversification, and what does it mean for us, right? For companies as well. Okay. So any questions? I'm done. So ranking overview, but I think I'm happy to talk a little bit and take Q&A if anyone is interested. Oh. That's my contact email. If anybody wants to chat. I think. Right. So hopefully I help you to keep catch up with the time.
Yes. Yeah, we are at least within the time of 15 minutes for each presentation. So thank you, Professor Dole, for your presentation. And yeah, as you already asked for possible questions, and there are none. We are directly continuing with the presentation of Yu Xiaolai, Director of Research Center, the China Academy of Transportation Sciences, and he will be talking about the inland waterway service areas in China. Please, it's actually you. You want to talk here or before?
Hey, good afternoon. Before this afternoon, I have heard a lot of the experts speak. For me, it's a very good experience, and we learn more about the maritime. And this time, I will speak about the inner waterway service areas in China. It's different from the experts I would speak before in this afternoon. So, okay, the contents include 3. And the first is the current development status of the service areas. And the second is the function expansion or analysis of the service areas. And the third is the proposals and the safeguards for the development of the service areas. The first part is the current development status of service areas. As you know, in the transportation industry, the service area mostly refers to the highway service areas, which is as the important supporting facility to ensure the highway safety, smooth and convenience. Similar to it, with the rapid development of the inland water transportation in China, water service area come into being. The overall design specification for the water service area is the standard in transportation in China, but issued by the MOT. That is the defines of the water service area as before. Is in order to ensure the efficient, convenience, safe water transportation needs, and the important facilities arranged around the inland water to provide service for ships, crews, and shipping management. According to the implemented statistics, by the end of the 2021, there were 58 complete and opening waterway service area in China, and it's a whole system of the water service area has been formed. 8 million around arranged at the Yangtze River mainline, the Beijing-Hangzhou Canal, and the Yangtze River Delta high-grade waterway network. We have made some research about the current development status and the Yangtze River. For our research results, is at present a total of 13 service areas have been built and put into operation on the mainstream of the Yangtze River. Due to the influence of the waterway conditions, ship traffic, region economic development, and other factors, they vary in construction forms, operations mode, and service functions. We also make some research about the typical service area. So today we will provide 3 typical service areas. The first one is the Yangtze River Three Gorge survey. You know, the Three Gorge is the biggest gorge in the world around the Yangtze River. It's the typical these service areas is opened at the 2019 April. It consists of the green navigation service station, a security checkpoint for the ship passing through the gates, and the Three Gorge water warming stage, as well as the supermarket and the express delivered point. At the end of the 2020, its online service platform began to operate, and it creates the internet plus navigation service and online plus the offline mode of the operating. The picture below is about the view of this service area. The middle picture is the service areas for business, and the third is the service of harbor shop. And the next typical service area is the Nanjing in Nanjing, the Yangtze River. The name is the Xinlongzhou service area. At the present, through the internet plus shipping service, it provides the comprehensive service covering 9 major shipping services, and its mainly relies on the strong and enterprise to build operate strong cooperation with the relevant aspect of the shipping service, such as the supply chain, and provides the comprehensive service for the ships and the crews. And it's the management and the operating mode is very good. It's dependent on the enterprise, which has the refill to the ships. It makes the money to support this service area and make the balance. And the third is the typical service area, Wuhan Xinglongzhou service area. It's opened on 2021 January. It's the first green service area in the middle of the reach of the Yangtze River, and consists of the three barges that connect the hand and the tail. And it has the library, germ, and the supermarket. And in addition to referring, can also provide more than 20 services to pass the crew members. And all the three typical service area, we can make the make the decision that it's a difficult type of the areas. Some of is the around the side, and some of the in middle of the river. So it's the built in different type. It's the compressed, and all of this is depend on the condition which is the river can provide. And third, and next we will introduce the status of the Beijing-Hangzhou Canal and the Yangtze River Delta service area. From the perspective of the service functions of Beijing-Hangzhou Canal and the Yangtze River Delta service, is mainly divided into two categories: the comprehensive service and the general service area. All of this depends according to the actual needs, and in different province. For the Zhejiang province, all the Jiangsu province, it has a different functions, according to the actual according to the ships and the crews needs. And we will introduce one typical service areas, just like Jiaxing Luhuadang service area. This service areas is location in the Beijing-Hangzhou Asian Canal, and the function that include ship berthing repair, water and power supply, referring and sewage and crew station and free Wi-Fi and other service. It include some the management functions. So after we introduce the inner river waterway service area, we have to provide to make some analysis of their development and construction. We make 6 problems about this. The first one is the efficient financial support. The weak sustainable operation ability is focused on the money, how to make it sustainable. And the second is insufficient overall planning and the layout. It's difficult to guarantee land constructions and unclear industrial responsibilities and boundaries of the relevant. And fourth is unclear regulatory and policy basis of the position of the service area. And the fifth is the inadaptability of the existing service functions division. And the sixth is the development drivers, complex and diverse business modes, which I have appreciated. We have talked about before that how to make it to working as the normal time and make it sustainable. And the two part, I will introduce our research about the function expansion analysis of the service area. We have made, based on the production requirements of crew and the transportation entertainments, we launched online survey through the questionnaire research, that is which is about the 1,022 surveys we have received. Following two main types of the needs were the obtained. One is the basic requirement, and the other is expansion requirement. We will focus on the basic service functions standard for the ship first. For the function standard for the ship is including the ship berthing service, the sail power service, refueling and liquid fuel, natural gas refueling service, and ship water supply service, ship maintenance service, and common ship accessory and material supply service. According to the questionnaire results, the ship marine service, ship material supply service, and the refueling service demands is as the high, at about the 89%, 87%, and 79%. Then the demand expectation for the water supply service and the common repair tools is low. It's about 63% and 65%. And the next function is about the standard for the crew. It's include the life supplies supply service, the express logistics service, and emergency medical service, and the information service. Also include the water transportation service. That is how to take the crew to take from the ship to the sail, and to receive some service, and the cultural publication service. You know that to make some publication, some etc. And leisure service, some to do some provide the temporary rest, and related service for the crew members. And we also make the from according to the analysis is in terms of the crew service, the function, there is the high demand for the crew life supermarket service, free transportation boat transfer from the ship to sail, and materials distribution service, and regular medicine box service. It's about the 89, 87, 85, and 83%. And in other side, demand of the rest service and the banking service and the dining service is low. It's about 47, 45, 44, and 35. And also make some analysis of the function standards of our green environment protection service, and for the analysis of the information service and the shipping management functions, and analysis in terms of the gate security service functions, and also analysis the function standard for the government and the emergency support service. And then we have some make some function analysis of the channel emergency support and intelligent platform service. From all the service function survey delta analysis, we make a chart that all the to provide all the functions analysis in this chart from the high to low, and in this by this chart we make some analysis to summarize all the service functions are ranked from the high to low according to the necessary of demand. Among them, 30 service functions such as the pollutant receiving and transferring, ship emergency rescue, information inquiry, crew life supermarket, free transportation boat pick up and drop off of the trees, and other service functions high demand expansion, accounting to the more than 80%. And the demands of these crew members coincide with the service area already construction. And the third part is the purpose and the safeguard for the development of the service area. There is some suggestion for the operations of the service areas. So about the two sides. The first is based on the demand. When arranging the functions, the service, the content should be set with the reference to the size of the actual need of the ships and the crew within the service area. And on the other side, the service area should be managed in a standardized way to ensure that the ship or the crew can better adapt to and use the service functions, which is more conducive to long-term development of the service area. And also have the suggestion for benefit to the countermeasures in the service area. The first is to ensure that the environment protection service, ship service, and crew living service in the service area meet the production and the living need of the ship or crew. And on the other side is the policy guidance, the market orientation, and the strengthening publicity, and promoting the healthy development and the service area. So about the inner river waterway service area, we have make the better life for the crews and make the convenience for the ship. I think in the future, China inner river will be better and better. Will be the high quality. So the service area is one of the high quality that is the means. So it's my speak, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Liu, for your presentation. Are there questions from the audience? I don't see any hands online. So I have just one question, the service areas about the capacity. Is there enough capacity, or do the customers, the inland shippers, have to wait to queue up to use the services, and is there a possibility to book a slot in advance, for example, via internet?
You can to use the internet, such as the phone apps on the phone, and to coding to booking some service.
Okay.
Before they arrive, but is in the advanced survey, such as the technical the three goals that can be done, but in the others, such as also the function is in the advanced service, but others sometimes can't be done.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no other questions, we were informed that the lunch is open downstairs already. With the approval of our next two speakers, we decided to move the next two presentations into the second session. And we would continue with the second session, which will be then 9 presentations. We will start at 4 o'clock here. So 1 hour
should be like on the end. Yes, I know. Thank you. And okay, the project started from some concern from the academic and industrial practitioners. So we found, I'm doing empiric study. So I found there are many problems
when I collect the maritime data, first of all, it's low frequency. For example, the ship through or the port throughput, if you like to find the port throughput, normally you cannot find the real-time one, right? And most of the port throughput is either a yearly or some monthly or even yearly. Actually, I try to find the port throughput of most European ports, and I found the European port issue the port throughput every year. They do not provide monthly data for port throughput. And for some developing country or underdeveloped country, even the maritime data is unavailable and insufficient. So with the AIS data, which is every ship, right? So we try to find out if we can produce a data with the ship, because most of the data come from the ship itself, right? So that is a motivation of us. Okay, so then we start to work, and until now we have published like 10 papers. But this framework is built up with 5 papers. So we published this paper in top journal in transportation area, like part B, transportation research, part A, part B, part E, part C, and also IEEE intelligent transportation. They are all top journal in transportation area. So we totally published 10 papers. There are 5 of it, and focus on different function of the port platform. One is a port congestion, port productivity, port connectivity. That means we can produce the real-time data of this function. And now we are working on the port scaping, which is a kind of port disruption. And we also forecast the vessel or say the ship's destination with some mathematical model. And actually, we use a concept and some basic algorithm to attend one international competition regarding AIS data, which the competition is organized by the United Nations. The United Nations organize a competition. They ask every university, not every university, ask like a shipping research entities like a university, a research institute to compete for the prize. So there, if I'm not wrong, there are more than 50 university research institute attended this competition. We are finally number 3. And actually, the United Nations, they invited me to be New York to present our research content, but unfortunately, that is 2020 COVID-19. So finally, I presented online to the United Nations. So okay, so we start from the port congestion estimation. So there are many shipping practitioners here, right? So I think some of you may know about congestion. So during the 2020, 2021, there was serious congestion in some port, especially in Los Angeles. So ship need waited 7 days, sometimes even 2 weeks before their berth, right? But there is no database issue the real-time congestion of shipping in the world, at least in my knowledge. So we try to produce the data, the real-time data of congestion of port for all over the port. But we need to find a way to do that, right? So we develop algorithm. It's called the itinerary. What's the name here? Okay. Anyway, it's an itinerary clustering algorithm. So from AIS, you can see ships. I know I only have 15 minutes. I will try to. So the ships always cluster in somewhere beside the port, right? The place they cluster maybe acreage, right, or the berthing area. So we use a clustering algorithm to identify this area, identify the area. When we can identify this area, we just count or calculate how many hours each ship waits in this area. Then we know the congestion time. Then we can publish the data. So for example, in Ningbo Zhoushan port, now the ship, like 70 ships already wait for 7 hours to end the berth, right? Then we report, okay, in Zhoushan, there's some kind of sign of congestion here. So this is a automatic algorithm. So basically we can generate the congestion data for all over the world, port in all over the world in few seconds. But one challenge here is that in the beginning, because we cannot distinguish the average and the birthing area, because in the birthing area, they also cluster. But then we solve this problem because we found, you can see in the average, the heading of the ship is dynamic everywhere, stochastic, right? But in the birthing area, the heading of the ship are either one side or another side. And we then revise our model. Finally, we can do the estimation of the congestion all over the world. For example, we can clearly identify the birthing area in Ningbo-Zhoushan port, but not only in Ningbo-Zhoushan port, but the port all over the world, and also the average. So then we try to estimate the average congestion time of top 20 container port in 2022 or 2020, because we know in 2020 there was serious congestion in Los Angeles, and the data prove we are right, because you can see in the Los Angeles in November, December of 2020, the congestion time, I mean the average congestion time is even 42 hours in November and 80 hours in December. And also in China, we can see the Ningbo-Zhoushan port, the waiting time is relatively long compared to others. And we also can calculate the average congestion rate of top 20 container ports. What this means, if 100 ship call one port, how many of them need to wait a long time at the average area? But anyway, that make our plan reality, that we can estimate. Now we are building up a platform on this. And then we can we try to understand the port productivity. How is the port productivity of ship? So from the definition of port productivity, it simply is throughput divided by the operation time. So we use some algorithm to calculate. Of course, we estimate the berthing area use our algorithm. Then we we develop an algorithm to calculate the operating time. Finally, we can calculate the port efficiency of all ports during COVID-19. We can see from the figure, Shanghai is the best among all. The operation efficiency in Shanghai is the best, followed by Zhoushan, Ningbo, and then is Shenzhen. For some other ports, the operating efficiency is relatively low compared to this Chinese port, even Fushan. And Singapore is in the middle. And once, we also validate. We found that the error is like a 5% more or less, so that is acceptable. And the third is very important. It's about port connectivity. We know there exists a lot of port connectivity index. For example, the one used by the UNCTAD, and Jan Hoffman, his department, and also the one used by PCI, I think is a logistics association. We know there are many practice in the index, but our index are different with them, because if you look at the indicator in their index system, you can see they mostly use some existing data, like how many ship visit the port, how many shipping company provide service at this port, and I will tell you how UNCTAD conducts this. The UNCTAD hire a consultant company to collect the data, to provide the data. But in our system, all the data generated by AIS and other things. So traditionally, the vessel visit number, the strategic importance number, and the connected countries are used by the existing system. But the problem is, even they call this index is connectivity, they never use the network indicator. For example, we propose 3 network indicator here: degree centrality, closely centrality, between this centrality. This indicator actually describes how important a port in a network, instead of just how many ships visit, how many services it provides, or how important is port. This indicator actually provide more deeper information about how this port is important in a network. Okay, so we also propose some algorithm and calculate this. So we found some different things. For example, in the United Nations indicator system, the Hong Kong, the bandwidth actually is behind the in the behind of the ranking because Hong Kong has less throughput compared to most of other Chinese ports, and bandwidth is even less than Hong Kong. But if you look at this from the internet, network perspective, bandwidth is quite important in Europe because a lot of transshipment occur at bandwidth and also Hong Kong. Most of the cargo to Southeast Asia are transshipped via Hong Kong. So in our system, the Hong Kong bandwidth are higher, the ranking are higher compared to most of Chinese ports who has large throughput. Okay, this is our system. And the more important things, our system can generate the connectivity in real time, anytime for global port. I have called Jan Hoffman, the head of UNCTAD department. I say, why not use our system? He said, okay, I'm busy. Let's think about it later. Anyway, I think this indicator is very good. And for this indicator, we even can give a concrete advantage of each port. For example, Singapore is good at like a transshipment. Shanghai is good at throughput. Some like Los Angeles is. I will show you a case later. And now we are still working on this system. We are trying to capture the port interruption. For example, one ship route should be A, B, C, D, but sometimes for some reason, maybe congestion, maybe nature disaster, the ship escape port C. They go through to A, B, D. We try to capture this. And we do pose a very good algorithm and can precisely capture the port disruption. For example, when Hong Kong become very congested, some ship will just escape Hong Kong. So we can tell you in real time how many ships escape Hong Kong. And this function just be developed. It's a very interesting finding. We found a lot of ways the ship escape port. Sometimes they replace the order. Sometimes they just escape the port. Sometimes they play some game between the services. It's interesting. We found different cases regarding the port escaping from our algorithm. And finally, we can now forecast the ship destination, which is very important, especially for the tram ship, because when you know where the ship are going, then you know the demand. Okay, there is a transportation word called the heterogeneity of spatial and time temporal. So we are trying to solve this problem. And we also publish paper. We can reach like a 90% forecasting rate for the destination of ships. Okay, okay. Finally, we have received a lot of money from government to build up this system online. So we are working with some shipping platform of service provider to build this system. So this is an example. So when you choose Hong Kong, and I will go back to this. The Hong Kong is here. All Hong Kong's connecting port is shown on the map. All Hong Kong's connecting port is shown on the map. And from the table on the left up, you can see the change of connectivity of Hong Kong during the time. It's a real-time one. It can tell you how is the change of connectivity of Hong Kong every time, every second, the table. And in the table, in the right bottom of the table, you can show what advantage of Hong Kong in terms of its connectivity. For example, Hong Kong is good at the strategic importance. That means Hong Kong always be the last port call for most of shipping service. And Hong Kong is also good at between its centrality. So Hong Kong is always between some service, for example, between Shanghai and Antwerp. But Hong Kong is not good at closely centrality. He's not close to the demand. So it can choose different disadvantage and advantage of Hong Kong in terms of its connectivity, and it's real time, and we visualize it. besides the connectivity, we also develop a function of congestion and port disruption and also some others. So we are working on this Weber side, and in the near future we will launch this Weber side. And that's all for my my presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dong Yang, for your interesting presentation, and it was completely in time. So we have time for a few questions if you want. If there is anything I can't see from the online audience, there is also no question so far. So I understood all the statistics that you developed, that you showed, are directly calculated from IIS data.
Yeah, AIS and some other data. Yeah.
Okay. And you have also the schedules of all ships in your database. Otherwise, it would not be possible to see or to tell whether they are skipping a port or not.
Very good. Very good. We bought the schedule of ships from one database called Alpha Lila, but we don't use it. We use our own algorithm to capture it from AIS, and the accurate rates we compare the service we capture from AIS with the real service provided by Alpha Lila. So the accurate rate now is 91%. But we still improve our algorithm. So finally, we try to provide all the statistics from one single data source, but not from multiple data sources. That is a time consuming and not our plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Other questions? I don't see anything. So in that case, thank you very much for your presentation. And we continue with the second presentation, moved from the last session to this one. And this is from Serafin Kapros, head of the Department of Shipping, Trade and Transport of the University of the Aegean. And he is going to present on main trends in the shipping sector and modern maritime studies. Please, Serafin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. No, I stay here. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for inviting me in this program. As it is the first time we meet, my choice was not to select a research work and to present research results or research outputs, but to be more descriptive and to present a little bit my institution and its activities, and this also as a proposed structure or as a structure followed for the time being for developing a department delivering educational programs and research related to shipping, transportation systems, and logistics. So I will start with a very short presentation of the sector, of the economic sector to which the programs, the educational product programs of my department refer. And I will start from a quiz to our very good friends Chinese. What is the share of the Chinese population in the global population of the planet in percentage? 20%? 20%? Perhaps? I think a little bit more. I think that it is around 22, 23%. That means that in 100 persons that are walking in the planet, 23 are Chinese. It's somehow the same with the float, with the fleet, with the shipping fleet. 23% in terms of capacity of the world fleet is Greek-owned. Yeah, that means more of for the for shipping, for commercial shipping, for the mercantile marine, except in, of course, coastal services, public services, etc., ferry service, etc. It's more than 5,200 ships that are Greek-owned. So there is a relative weight, very, very important, of the shipping sector in the whole economic activity, not only of the country, but more generally because 23% in terms of capacity of the world fleet is Greek-owned. These analogies are also valid for Europe. It is 51% of the European fleet that is Greek-owned, and this trend continues because if we see the new orders for new buildings for ships until the year 2020, the Greek ship owners had the first place, and this continues according to them. And if we make something like a ratio, almost every 15 days, they receive a new building from Chinese shipyards, from Japanese shipyards, from Korean shipyards, essentially from that. So if we see, this is mixed Greek and English, but if you see also the market segments, dry bulk, liquid bulk, container, general cargo, reefer containers, etc. This analogy, not stably, not the same, 23%, but more or less, there is a participation, there is a presence to all market segments of the shipping sector, of the shipping industry. So this is for describing why it is important to have specialized maritime studies in Greece. And this is my department. The name is Department of Shipping, Trade and Transport, and it belongs to the Faculty of Management of the University of the Aegean. Officially, the location is Chios Island, not Eos Island, because it exists also another island that is Eos Island. This is Chios Island, and it is famous for because it has a very long tradition in shipping, and perhaps more than half of the ship owners that are active nowadays have their origin, their family origin in Chios. Now you have the presentation. Yeah. Yeah. So the department has one program of undergraduate studies of 4 years. As I told my friend Dong, in the old Europe, not in Great Britain, but in the old Europe, undergraduate studies usually last 4 years and not 3 years, 4 years, as well as engineering studies last 5 years and not 3 years or 4 years. So we have an undergraduate program of 4 years, postgraduate programs, doctoral studies, summer courses, a lot of theoretical and applied research, and other activities of extraversion, like conferences, workshops, etc. And all the program is with reference to shipping, transportation systems and logistics, and international business. So supply chain, logistics chain, transportation system, and the involvement of the shipping sector in all that. We are now close to, not close, we have just 25 years of activity from the date of the foundation of the department, and we were named Center of Excellence. Why? It's not us that we say that we were named by others as a Center of Excellence. Because we present a very satisfying internationalization, extraversion, very strong interaction with the industry, and we're well positioned to do that because we are in Chios, we're in Greece, and the shipping sector is the most powerful sector in the country. Our 4 years undergraduate program is interdisciplinary, generally and officially. If it belongs to a discipline, it belongs to the sciences of economics and management. But the program is quite interdisciplinary because it combines quantitative methods, statistics, and applied mathematics with economics and finance, with management. There are a lot of modules regarding more technical, regarding operations, strategies, decision, but also very technical, like transport demand modeling, intermodal transport and logistics planning, advanced technology, digitalization, automation, blockchains, maritime law, energy, environment, etc. So it is an interdisciplinary program of 4 years. And every summer, our students are hosted by shipping companies in order to have an internship, 2.5 months of practice during the summer, after the first year, the second year, or third year. After the program of the academic year, they have internships and they go to, if they want, of course, if they accept, they go to, they are accepted and hosted by shipping companies in order to have some practice. We have 3 postgraduate programs. The older in Greece, the name of which is Shipping, Trade and Transport, like the name of the department. The younger in Greece, which is a Master of Business Administration, what I did, nothing, in shipping, and commonly with another university, with the University of Western Attica, so in the Athens area, a third one, a Master of New Technologies in Shipping and Transportation. All master programs are of 1 year. They last 1 year. The older one, Shipping, Trade and Transport, it is offered in the Greek language. It combines live lectures with distance learning methods. So students stay in Chios very short periods and they follow the program from distance learning if not every, most of the evenings from 6 to 9 from their offices and home. So this gives the opportunity to working people to follow, to participate, to follow a master program. And it offers, after the first semester, it offers 3 streams. The one is shipping management and finance. The other is transportation, intermodality, logistics, and technologies. And the third one is shipping law and finance, and it is more specific for lawyers. The other one is in English. It is 1 year. It is basically offered by distance learning methods. We prefer to invite the students for just 5 days in the beginning and to invite them also for just 5 days at the end of the program. And at the end of Procourse is June, and June in another Greek island is also pleasant. It's not only educationally constructive. And we combine these living periods with the invitation of numerous invited speakers from the industry. Generally, one of the advantages of our program is that they include a lot of interaction with the industry. In most of the courses and in most of the lecture, not all, of course, it depends on the nature of each lecture. There is always someone well positioned in the industry that is invited to take a part of the course. I don't know, 45 minutes or 1 hour. Courses, lectures are of 3 hours each. So, and to give the viewpoint of the industry about the theme. And research is the other side of the activities. And often for students, research is the hidden side, is the dark side, because us, the academic staff, we mainly do research. And the students practically see not perhaps directly research results, but as research feeds the material of the course for the next year and for the years to come, etc. And so the material, the content of each course is all the time updated. They see the results indirectly, the results of research. And how we do research? There is a structure. We are organized on the basis of 4 laboratories. Shipping and port management, the one, research informatics and new technologies, the other, transport and decision making in transportation, the third, and the laboratory of applied economics and finance, applied in shipping, the fourth. I don't have the time to be more detailed on that, but we can easily imagine which topics belong to which laboratory. The results of the research, in order to describe their print generally in the bibliography, it's like that. The department has participated in more than 100 European or national programs. Most of them are European because the European Commission has offered funding frameworks in order to be active in research. And it is, as you know, after tender procedures. It's not for grant. It's after tender procedures and evaluation. More than 2,500 publications concerning shipping, transportation systems, and logistics have been published in peer-reviewed journals, scientific journals. And chapters or entire books, 91 books have been published by people of the department. And finally, as far as bibliography of other researchers is concerned, we can remark for the time being an average of 1,100 citations per year. And this has the trend to increase, and it is normal that it has the trend to increase because already published papers continue to see new citations, and so this is being increased. A lot of projects, as I told you, more than 100 projects have been elaborated. Just for your curiosity, I give some topics. Of course, the hot topic now is decarbonization, automation, digitalization, blockchains, etc., etc. We have also research in more, let's say, managerial, political, or economic sciences, like, for example, the impact of environmental regulation or of generally IMO regulations and other policy decisions on the shipping sector, on prices, the competition, on ports, on the viability of ports, etc. A lot of research by our technical stuff about alternative fuels, biofuels, LNG, methanol, etc., and carbon capture, etc., etc. There is also a lot of applied research because there is also developments regarding floating platforms that feed vessels with electricity or with water that they clean through renewable sources of energy. This is important. And of course, we have research activities regarding more traditional or more classic and general things like modeling the demand for shipping, modeling optimization of routing problems, modeling the one, modeling the other. And there is a part of interest that are dedicated to short sea shipping. Short sea shipping is somehow a European concept, and this European concept is very applicable in the Mediterranean Sea. As an example is that the following, there are a lot of initiatives in order to establish and make use in service a new RoRo international service between the port of Volos in Greece and the port of Alexandria here in Egypt. So it's a good opportunity to tell you that. And the government of Egypt and the government of Greece are in touch in order to see the viability and the feasibility of such a new. In the beginning, it was between the port of Kavala in northern Greece and Alexandria, but due to some constraints in Kavala, now it's the port of Volos and the port of Alexandria. Because even in the past, we had a very good tradition of maritime services between Greece and Egypt. So let's continue. This is one of our older and better established international network. The name is TransportNet, a network of universities that have expertise in shipping and transportation. And you can see not all the 8 universities are specialized in shipping. Some of them are specialized more generally in transportation. And you can see 4 engineering faculties, Lausanne, Karlsruhe in Germany, TU Delft in the Netherlands, and Instituto Superior Técnico, which is the national technical of Lisbon in Portugal, and 4 universities with programs in transportation or either in transportation or more particularly shipping, like the University of the Aegean, which is mine, the University of Genoa in Italy, the University of Lyon for transportation in France, and the University of Antwerp. And you understand very well why the University of Antwerp is member of this network. This network has a charter from 2003, so 21 years now, and we have very, very intense exchanges of professors and students, and common research and common publication, and a common European, we say, PhD program. Other MOUs with MIT in Boston, with British Columbia in Canada, with the Vancouver International Maritime Center, with Anzhu Tianzi University, and of course with Shanghai Maritime University. Shanghai Maritime University is now a traditional partner because it will be hopefully the 9th or the 8th year that we will organize this summer a summer school in cooperation with SMU, Shanghai Maritime University. And after this break of COVID, it will be the first time that we reorganize that. Summer courses. So summer courses are not restricted to this one that we organize for the students of Shanghai Maritime University. We have a flexibility, and the subject can alterate, can rotate. Yes. and I told I should be short in the beginning. We organize according to also to the conditions and according to the importance of that some subjects acquired during the time. They can be theoretical or more applied, or even very focused professional summer courses, because HIOS is an ideal place to do that. And the last September, we established, and we will repeat every 2 years, something that we named HIOS International Shipping Summit, in order to differentiate from conference, congress, etc., etc. What's that? This is a forum where academia and the shipping industry meet. They meet, they exchange information, they exchange ideas, and they exchange, they inform about research results, applied research results. Also, the industry does its own results, its own research, academia, of course. So it's a forum every 2 years. It will be a forum. We started last September, a forum. This is the shipping HIOS International Shipping Summit. It will be the forum of the permanent, continuous dialogue between academia and the shipping industry. And we are lucky because shipping industry in my country is very powerful. So we know that we can have very, very interesting exchanges of ideas and knowledge. This is the title, sorry, every 2 years. And among awards and distinctions, we had 2 times the Lloyd's Award, the award of the Lloyd's for education in shipping. We had award from the Eurostars of the European Commission for the energy efficiency and renewable energies platform. In 10 years ago, in 2013, 3rd place among all cities that have ports and university with specialization of maritime transport or ports. In OECD, 4th place 10 years ago as a university among all these universities. And last year, the 4th place of another institution that made a ranking of the top 30 programs, educational programs, with reference to shipping, logistics, and other related industry educational programs. So good ranks in a number of ranking initiatives. I don't know how to name that. And I thank you very much for your patience, and I'm very sorry to exceed my time. I hope I did not exceed very, very much.
A little less than 10 minutes. So we are really behind schedule at the moment. Is there any question regarding the presentation of questions?
An answer with that question, just for your information, as you told Mr. Chairman that in the beginning, we have to intensify information and exchanges between members. For the other, SMU and us, we study the establishment of an observatory of shipping, of maritime transport services and prices and routes, to be a common research initiative.
Okay, if there is no additional no question for Mr. Kaplan, then thank you very much for your presentation. And yes, we are hoping that you are joining the initiative, the Alliance officially. And now we continue with the originally first presentation in the afternoon session by Ms. Nana, Deputy Secretary of
Secretary General of CITI and Secretary General of the GSTTA. The future of the ports will be more efficient, smart, and resilient.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Lepper, and thanks for AMS TTA. And today I want to talk about the future of ports to be more efficient, smart, and resilient. The topic will be analysis in 4 aspects. So, sorry. Okay. I will analyze this topic from 4 aspects: port volume, port service, and port resilience, and the relationship between port and the cities. So let's look at the firstly, I want to talk about the port volume in the next 4 or 5 years. Okay. After the 2020, we can see that global supply chain has suffered much more uncertainty. The shipping industry always try to find the balance between the demand and the supply. So the epidemic has a very strong impact on the global economy and the trade. So it also has a very strong impact on the port throughput. So we can see after the 2020, the global container terminal throughput has a dramatic fluctuation. We can see in the picture 1 that shows that global container port throughput is growing at a consistent rate about 3.9% from 2011 to 2019. And according to Drewry's forecast, global container throughput in 2023 will be around 863 million TEU, increased by 0.3% year on year. The average growth rate for 2020 to 2023 is only about 1.7%. So we can see the picture below that the blue line shows is the volume calculated based on the growth rate from 2011 to 2019, and the red line is the actual volume. So we can see there is a very big gap between actual volume and the calculated volume. That is the past container throughput growth. So now let's look at the future. The UNCTAD forecast that an average annual growth of 2.1% in global seaborne transport over the period 2023 to 2027, which is lower than the average growth rate of 3.3% over the previous 3 decades. And also, Drewry forecast global container throughput of around about 2.7% from 2023 to 2027. This growth rate is also lower than the past decades. So we can get the conclusion that low growth will be a big challenge for the ports. Especially it will impact the confidence in ports, investment confidence in ports, and further affect the supply for port infrastructure. But we also can see the chances. According to the decentralized layout of the global industry, in some special markets, there is also potential for growth. And secondly, let's look at about the port service. We think it is very important for port to improve the efficiency, but also it's difficult. So after the epidemic, the instability of the supply chain has made the industry chain more focused on safety and retaining redundancy. The supply chain tends to become closer neighbors, and the intra-regional trade will be developed quickly. So we can see the picture above that, it shows that intra-trade accounts for more than 50% of their international trade in Europe and Asia. So we can also see the figures below that it shows that the proportion of the regional shipping routes increased obviously from 2005 to 2022. The proportion of the regional shipping lines in 2023 is about 43. So this percentage is more than the east-west routes. And according to the development of regional trade, so the ships for regional transportation will be upsizing, and the distance for regional sea trade is shorter than east-west routes. So the cargo owners engaged in intra-regional trade are much more sensitive to time efficiency than trade transported over long distance across oceans. The times ships spent at the port as a percentage of a ship's operation time increased significantly. The efficiency requirement for ports in the maritime logistic supply chain will be further improved, and the demand for JIT, just-in-time service, will increase. And the increase in the number of small and medium-sized ships serving ports has increased the efficiency requirements for the tugboat, pilotage, and the berthing service at ports. So, as we know, the port service can be divided in three aspects, including the port handling service and the auxiliary service and the port transportation service. So it is very important to improve the port transportation services, but it's also very difficult because the port need to connect with the other transportation modes. So we can see there is a picture above that. It shows the Shanghai International Port Group. It creates a concept called ICT, Inland Container Terminal. And when the cargo owners send the cargoes to the ICT, that means it has already arrived at Shanghai port. And the SIPG will transport the cargoes from the ICT to the seaport. From this model, we can see it makes the connection between inland terminals to the seaport more smoother. As the development of the e-commerce, there is a demand for integrated development between ports and express delivery. Just like Costco has cooperated with Cainiao Express. When the Costco ship the cargoes from Asia to the Europe, and then the Cainiao Express will deliver the cargoes from the seaport in Europe to the destination. And the demand for personalized and customized port logistic service will significantly increase. Upgrading port functions from a single node to a full logistic supply chain is very important for the port. So there is a case that from a shipping company or port company transformed to the total logistic is AP Moller. So after 2020, we can see AP Moller has purchased so many logistic companies, just like total logistic companies, contract logistic companies, e-commerce logistic companies, and air logistic companies, and also professional logistic companies. It purchased customer broker company, just like Wonder Grief and KHG, and also warehouse leading companies that called the Performance Team. After the purchasing, we can see APM has controlled more total logistic data information. And especially for contractor logistic companies, APM has purchased Lifeng Logistics. After this purchasing, it has managed key assets, empowered with digital capability, and provide agile supply chain service. So we can see after the purchasing, we can see APM's client has expanded from 2B to 2C, and the transportation from shipping to train, road, air, and other transportation, and the logistics from transportation to forwarder, warehouse, and the supply chain. But there also a big problem. The boundary between port companies, shipping companies, and the logistic companies has become blurred. Shipping companies have control over cargo source and the international resource, but what port companies have? Maybe it is a very big challenge for port company. Thirdly, I want to talk about the port resilience. As we know, the port resilience, if we want to improve the port resilience, we should keep the port capacity more abundant. But that also means inefficiency in resources. So if we want to improve the port resilience, we can do more cooperations and digitalizations. About the cooperation, it can be included horizontal and vertical collaboration. And you know, there are many port cluster has combined together in Asia and in Europe. But as we know, in many Asia port clusters, though they have integrated, but they operate separately and without any synergism. About vertical collaboration, that means collaboration between upstreams and the downstreams of the industrial chain. Just like we can see the picture about that is Singapore has created a concept called just-in-time service. As we know, JIT concept is come from manufacturing. Now it is used in port. It means that when the ship arrived at the port, they don't need to wait for the port service, but that also need the digital support. So there are so many ports began to improve the data exchange standards for port JIT system, just like Singapore, Antwerp, London, and Hamburg. And some of the ports strengthen the digital collaboration of port rail freight, just like Los Angeles and Long Beach. The fourth, I want to talk about the relationship between the city and the port. As we know, the development of the port can make the city more open and can attract more industries located at the city. So there is actually a very strong connection between city and the port. But now there are some problems that as we know, there are so many ports combined together. And so the port decision making always by the province instead of the city. So the relationship between the city and the port goes less strong. So we think the port-city relationship is gradually transition from synergy to closer integration. The concept of collaboration still focuses on two systems, emphasizing the coordination. Integration emphasizes more on the city and the port is two parts of a whole. The port city integration emphasizes the systematic and integrated consideration of port development and urban development in terms of spatial layout, functional positioning, development strategy, industry structure, policy support, and so on. It requires full integration of port and urban environment. Cities provide bearing space and resource foundation for port development, and the ports provide strong guarantee and effective driving force for urban development, thus achieving port a continuous upward development model between industry and urban life. And the port should be more greener. That is also the city request. A green port is to minimize the negative impact of the port area on the local environment, maximize the utilization of resource in port economic activities. So in the past, we pay more attention about how to use the green fuels in the port, but we pay less attention about how to maximize the utilization of resource in port economic activities. We can see now in global, there are so many ports has do many works on green ports, just like energy conservation and emission reduction, and switching from using fuel to electricity. After the MEPC 80 meeting, we can see it makes the shipping industry decarbonization acceleration. So far now, there are 24 countries around the world have launched their 21 green shipping corridor construction initiatives with ports, shipping companies, and cargo owners participating. That will be a big challenge for ports. If they don't be more greener, when in the cluster they compete with the other port, it will be less competitiveness. So that's my view. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zhao, for your presentation. Perfectly in time.
Yeah.
So are there questions from the audience regarding Ms. Zhao's presentation? If not, then we continue with the presentation of Alessandro Beruti. He's engineer director at the TMT transmission terminal, and he'll be talking about greening the gateway, sustainable practices of the transmission terminal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good evening to everyone, and thank you so much for calling me and my colleagues to Marlow, that is the annual conference on sustainable green and blue infrastructure. As I was presented, my name is Alessandro Beruti, and I am the appointed CTO of TMT Terminal in Alexandria. And because the topics of this conference regarding the center on the theme of greening the gateway of a sustainable practice at our terminal, Transmir terminal, I will try to explain to you what we do to improve this efficiency and promote sustainability in our terminal. Okay, this is the image of our terminal. There is the largest full purpose terminal dedicated to containers and cargo and activity.
And TMT terminal, let's say that is a symbol of Alexandria historical maritime significance, integrate modern innovation, and for Alexandria, because Alexandria is very important, and for ages Alexandria, that is founded by Alexander the Great, served as an important training center. And today the TMT terminal mixes ancient history with cutting-edge technology, preparing Egypt and the Mediterranean region toward a bright future, thanks to the innovation and the technology we are using. Let's talk also about the Mediterranean Sea importance. Is very important because it's a global trade should be highlighted that the region which accounts for 15% of worldwide maritime traffic in terms of port of call is an important link between continents. TMT, located in its dynamic environment, plays an important role in enabling the movement of merchandise and promoting Mediterranean nation economic progress. TMT location is in the center of Mediterranean and is at the crossroad of Europe, Africa, and Asia, puts as a key player in the region marine chain. The terminal plays an important role in enabling trade flow and linking various markets. TMT terminal was formed as a joint venture between CMAT, that is a part of CMA CGM group, that is the holding company of CMA CGM, and is a leading global shipping and logistic company with operation in numerous countries around the world. And the world's largest container shipping operator, and HMT, that is the Egyptian multipurpose terminal group, that is called as a commercial arm of the Egyptian Ministry of Transportation. Since its establishment, CMA CGM has tried to embrace its performance at all levels, resulting it being related third in this sector globally and accelerating the decarbonization in the maritime, land, aviation, and logistics sector. For this reason, TMT is not only a sign of development, but also Alexandria historical maritime importance in the sphere of logistics, which values innovation and modern technology. Today, TMT terminal combines this tradition with cutting-edge technology, propelling Egypt and the Mediterranean region toward a thriving yet ecologically conscious future. TMT offers a notable example for the other Mediterranean ports by continually integrating cutting-edge technology and prioritizing sustainability through sustainable best practice, motivating them to adopt similar methods for a more profitable and ecologically conscious future.
So why Alexandria Port is important for Egypt? Because it handles more than 60% of the Egyptian domestic cargo. And it's very near to the key industrial zones. So this proximity will reduce the transportation distance and transportation cost and will enhance supply chain efficiency. So sustainability is a core value that drives our operations. We believe in minimizing our environmental impact while ensuring efficient cargo handling. In this presentation, we will explore some of our key sustainable practices, such as economy of scale, electric arteries, railway connection, water saving, and paperless terminal, and using OCR grids. By accommodating bigger vessels, we contribute to the economies of scale. This will benefit both economic sustainability and environmental sustainability. As the vessel size increases, the cost per container decrease. Also, larger vessel will allow us to perform more efficient cargo handling and reducing the OPEX. Bigger vessels are more fuel efficient per TEU, where fewer emissions contribute to a greener future. And in this picture, it's shown the biggest vessel ever to call Alexandria Port. This vessel is a 15K TEU vessel called our terminal 1 month ago with a draft of 16 meters. So the connectivity between productivity and profitability. As the higher productivity ensure efficient use of resources within the terminal. By maximizing the resource utilization, we minimize our environmental footprint. Less vessel turnaround time at the port means reduced fuel consumption, where fewer emissions contribute to cleaner air and a healthier environment. Also, higher productivity is not just an abstract concept. It directly affects the terminal profitability, where it will translate into cost saving and increased revenue. A financially viable terminal can sustainably invest in environmental initiatives. And this graph is showing TMT rank among CMA terminals all over the world, where we are currently ranked 4th.
Let's continue about the sustainability. And in this case, you can see that TMT actively combats the greenhouse effect. Why? Because TMT is following what is the line guides of CMAT and the CMA CGM group. As I told you before, it's very, very important for CMA reduce the impact of greenhouse effect and decarbonize. So it's very, very, very important. So this is why we choose for our yard equipment the RTG that you can see in the graphical here, and this kind of RTG is RTG and operated by bus bar. So here in the video you can see the driving unit that is connecting to the bus bar. So this means that the RTG use the diesel power, the genset power, only for transferring, yes, from one park to another one. But normally during the operation, the RTG use full clean power, so electrical power, and not only because if you compare the RTG with the standard RTG, you can see that when you are lowering the container, the energy that is produced will be dissipated by heat, by Joule effect, using resistor package. So in this case, the produced energy that is not a low amount, because we are talking about 12 RTG, will be sent back to the network. So this is a second advantage point. And even is much more complicated than cable reel. This system that is full automated is a very, very good system that and it's very important. So this is why we are reducing the impact in the environment. Yes, this is the part related the comparison between the RTG and the fuel. So you can see the approximate cost for PM, so the maintenance. So there is this saving about is an AGP for 14,000. So it's about $450 for RTG, and so the cost of the labor for the PM about the two systems. And furthermore, the bus bar system, the one is already installed, but in the future will enable effective electricity distribution to the RTG, allowing them to run solely on clean electricity. This innovation not only assists the environment, but they also contribute to economic saving by reducing RTG fuel consumption and maintenance requirement when compared to standard full power RTG. The TMT terminal, which focus to ecological practice and cutting-edge technology, is positioned to be a model for marine logistics and in the future. Okay. So this is the other second point. So it's what you are doing is a regular PM for optimal performance of all 27 terminal tractor, 5 road trucks, and 4 reach stacker vehicles, 3 empty container handler, and 13 forklift and other equipment. So what does it mean? That making a track of what we are doing about PM, so very closely using CMMS software to be precise in the PM, this is something that will reduce the impact on the earth and on the environment, because doing a job much more perfect will save not only the money, but being more efficiency the equipment will also save the environment, because we are not losing so much spare parts that are normally required if you don't follow what is the good practice for the maintenance. Not only, we also have a software to continuously monitoring the fuel efficiency of the diesel operated equipment. So this prevent any eventually leakage that you can have during the operation of the engine operated equipment. So we can prevent something that can be harmful for the environment. And at the end, continuously striving for cleaner and more sustainable operation. This is a simple graph that explain what we are doing about fuel tracking. So we have for each equipment, so ALE is forklift, Konecranes, reach stacker, and empty loader, RTG, etc. So we are completely taking care of the taking of fuel track of record of fuel consumption of our equipment. Okay, so.
So the transportation sector share of emission is increasing. That's why we are investing to have a railway connection directly to the terminal, as it will reduce the fuel consumption and less air pollution, and will have a positive impact on our planet. While regarding the economic sustainability that will result from the railway connection, the trains can carry more goods at once, which will result in lower transportation cost.
Another point of sustainability and very important for Egypt and all over the world for sure is the water saving. TMT understand the importance of conserving the pressure resource of the water, and currently the terminal utilizes around 2,000 cubic meter of water monthly. Water, as everyone knows, is an essential resource for sustaining life and maintaining ecosystem, and it plays a crucial role in a sustainable places. Implementing a sustainable water management technique by TMT is vital for conserving the precious resource and ensuring that its availability for future generation. What we do, first of all, there is water conservation. So we are reducing as much as we can the water usage in daily activities, such as container or equipment washing, fixing any leaks, and using water efficiency appliance and helping to preserve water resource and promote sustainability. This is also done by tracking the water consumption. So if there is a leakage, for example, and we see something that is not good, we can okay, so, and we take care about this. And also water treatment. So the water that we use, we illustrate it and reuse again for other scopes like irrigation, like washing. So we have a complete system to treat the wastewater.
So our system is integrated with all the stakeholders, shipping lines, port authority, and customs, and this enable us to be a paperless terminal, where this system has many positive impacts, where by eliminating the paper waste, we save the trees, and no need for paper, ink, and printing machines, so it will make cost saving. Also, regarding the operations, it will be streamlined, where it will result in faster data retrieval and efficient processing through automated workflow and collaboration through a seamless sharing with our stakeholders.
Another point is that TMT terminal anticipate in the innovation-powered future. By adopting cold ironing technique, ships will be able to connect to 5 shore-side connection that you can see in the parametric view. Points while docked, so dramatically lowering the air and noise pollution. Cold ironing, as you know, is a technique used when the ship links to shore electrical power source rather than depending on its onboard generator, while our container terminal is operating. This lower pollution, noise, and fuel consumption contribute to a cleaner, more sustainable environment. This high voltage short connection project overall goal to offer an efficient and stable power supply for container terminal, allowing them to deploy cold ironing technology. This initiative seeks to minimize greenhouse gas emission, enhance air quality, and promote energy efficiency in the maritime industry. The major purpose of high voltage short connection project at Alessandria TMT Port is to improve residents and other living circumstances by reducing the environmental impact of port activity, particularly in terms of air pollution and noise level. And this is another view because the plan is to develop and use an high efficiency power conversion system, because in the world definitely you have to convert the power and switch to different frequencies of 50 or 60 Hz. So if you use a very efficiency system, you can also save energy. And this is our scope in TMT to select and use this kind of technology, very advanced.
So to speed up the get in and get out process for the trucks, we invested in OCR gates, and to shorten the waiting times for trucks, which will result in cleaner air quality, which will benefit both our environment and the health of our community. And it also result in energy efficiency, where the manual gates require additional personnel and paperwork handling. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the insight into the terminal development and the sustainable development of this new terminal. I'm sorry, but we are running out of time for this evening. So we have 5 more presentations on the schedule, and so I would really ask for direct contacts, maybe at the dinner this evening, for questions. And now I would pass on to Transport Seng, Senior Director at Crimson Logic, with the topic digitalizing total port operations, marine terminal, hinterland, and please, if possible, keep the time. Yes, you can. Then you have to use the line.
Right. Okay. Very good afternoon, and for those of us who are still online, good morning and good evening to you wherever you may be. So today we're going to talk about digitalizing the total port and shipping operations. First, let's begin with the importance of seaports. So we know today that almost 90% of the global trade by weight is transported by sea, and of which 60% is containerized. So shipping is a very old industry and is very paper bound and paper based. So we know that, on record, the world's first port was developed some 4,000 over years ago. So when we talk about total digitalization, we are looking at 3 aspects of shipping and port operations. First is the seaward side of things. when the ship calls at the port waters, there are a host of things that it has to do. The regulatory requirements, the compliance with the Port Convention and request for services. Second is when the ship comes alongside, it handles the container cargo and the trucks going in and out of the gate. That's the landward side of things. And the third aspect is after the truck leaves the port gate, it goes into the inland or what you call the hinterland. And that part has to be efficient as well. Otherwise, when the ship calls at the port waters operating at the terminal, and then it goes in the hinterland, all of these are connected, and none of this, digitalization will not be optimized if any aspects of these are not computerized. So the civil side of things, we look at the pain points. I think for all of us who are in the industry, we know many manual processes in some of the ports today, and no coordination among different stakeholders, and systems working in silo, which means that information may be captured electronically, but by different systems working in silo, and then the information has to be repeatedly submitted into the different systems. So there's no single platform where information is distributed. The UN definition of single window is that the information should only be submitted once and to be shared across all stakeholders without having to be submitted again. So this is one of the pain points that a lot of ports face when the ship call at the port, and then some of them have legacy systems. So many ports are still living with it. Well, let's look at the Singapore model. We have three platforms that actually has helped the economic growth of Singapore. One is the port community system called PortNet, developed by PSA. When we developed this, PSA was still the Port Authority, and when PSA became the port operator in 1997, the regulatory component of the system was given to the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. And this part is called the MarineNet. Generically, it is known as the Maritime Single Window. And then we have TradeNet. TradeNet was actually developed by Crimson Logic, and we have been operating this, and this is the trade single window where all trade imports and import-export declarations have to go through this electronic platform. So the under the IMO 4 convention, well, the deadline was gone long ago. In April 2019, it was supposed to be mandatory for all ports to provide an electronic channel for ships to submit regulatory requirement documents. There are 9 documents under the 4 convention, and the deadline has been extended to January 2024. But I believe still there are many ports that do not have the electronic platform. So these are the 9 documents. Generally, we know that when a ship calls at the port, there are a whole of things that you need to comply with. The port state and flag, and these are just the documentary part of it. The IMO requirements, declaration for arrival, departure, manifest, ship store, cruise, personal effect, and so forth. So without electronic platform, all these forms will be submitted on paper to the Port Authority. So who are the why is there a need for this electronic platform? Basically because among the 3 key players in the port call operations, we have the Port and Maritime Authority. We also have the service providers such as the tugs, pilots, ship suppliers, and all other services that the ship needs. And then we have the consumers and the providers. So there are a lot of interactions, information exchange, instructions, and requests made across and among all these 3 parties, especially for the authority part. They need to give approval to certain activities that the ship needs. So again, without electronic system, there will be a lot of papers submitted and repeatedly shared across the various stakeholders. So in the Maritime Single Window, or the platform that digitalize the civil side of things, there are a lot of things that it can do. And ultimately, it should lead to what we call coordinated operations and JIT operations. We've been talking about JIT. When the ship calls at the port waters, it may be doing a lot of things. Sometimes we see ships stay at the anchorage. You think they are very quiet and nothing happens, but a lot of things are happening in the ship. And also there could be the ship can be taking bunkers, taking water, or it could be doing some minor repairs. In fact, to share with you, in Singapore, 60% of the ships that call in Singapore waters do not handle cargo. They basically go to the anchorage and take some all these services, including changing crew. So this is where coordination among all the stakeholders and service providers is important, because if a bunker ship is going there to supply bunker, and then maybe some customs inspection is going on, or some other inspection is going on, then the bunkers may have to stop. Or when the water boat is there, the bunkers may have to wait. So all these are not coordinated, and sometimes there are a lot of idle time. So the coordination, because when you have a common platform, everybody is on the same page. You know when the ship is coming in, what activities is taking place at what time. So you can line up all these activities and just in time. This is to prevent or to minimize any wastage and waiting times. So the landward side of things, I think we are very familiar with this. The digital solution is what we call the port community system. Basically, this is to exchange information between the shipping community and the port operator. That means when the port needs to handle your cargo and your container, they need information like the bay plan, the manifest. So all this will be done through the common channel, the what do you call the port community system. So the purpose of this is to facilitate information flow and in such a manner that information should arrive way before the physical arrival of the ship, physical arrival of the container and the trunk. And very often we have seen ports. In fact, I visited many ports where the ship sits there for 24 hours without operations. So one of the main reasons is that information is not available. Some documents are not being submitted. So the PCS is to make sure that all this information are submitted on time and is shared across all the relevant parties. So the users of the PCS, I think we know the Port Authority, Customs, the government agencies, the service providers. On the business private sector, we have the shipping agents, trade holders, and so forth. So this is the pictorial representation where the PCS sits. It actually is the channel between the port users and the port operation system. So this is the backend systems where the port manage the handling of the cargo, and all information flow into this system through the PCS. And there is a information feedback loop to the shipping community. So the PCS will be linked to all the terminal operation systems and to other agencies that are relevant for the shipping operations. So what are the key components? First, we have those for operations need the information required for operations. Mainly things like the container bay plan, the manifest, delivery order, and so forth. And then we have requests for services, requests for pilot task services, even some reefer services. And then we have the feedback, the information services where the shipping community can retrieve information. And more important, we have this component, what did I press? We have this component called the B2B. So very often we forget that among the businesses themselves, there are also a lot of information exchange. And being from the port side or the authority side, we think that we need information to operate the ship or to handle the cargo. But we often forget that among the businesses, they also do exchange information. For example, between the shipping agent, the forwarders, the depots, the trucking company. So this platform, the PCS, will be the common platform for them to exchange all this information. And without that platform, I think a lot of information will be exchanged probably on slips of paper, through email, and maybe through WhatsApp and so forth. So we have the benefits. I think I will not go through this. Basically, streamline documentation. And so in Singapore, the PONET is the PCS developed by PSA, and it has served PSA over the last 30 over years. And then today we have a global version of the PONET, and that is made available to ports outside Singapore. And this was first implemented in Guangxi, Beibuan, and it is used by 4 container terminals and 3 conventional terminals. So this PCS or port community system is first deployed in China. The level side of things, we look at the depot. So when the truck, when the container is taken out of the port and cargo taken out, the container has to be returned to depot, probably with some washing and also maybe repairs and so forth. So the level side of things, there are also pain points, and there are also digital solutions for different aspects of the hinterland, the depot, the optimization, and also the free trade zone and so forth. So finally, the byproduct, where all information on that platform can be actually put in a database, and a lot of information can be derived from it. So you can look at things like your vessel waiting time, whether the ship is given a berth upon arrival, and reports on your container and cargo throughput, specializing. Maybe you just want to zoom in on your reefer or your DG container being handled. And this is a very hot topic around the world. All ports are talking about the dwell time. How long are your containers staying in the port? Is it 3 days before it's taken out, or is it 5 days or 10 days? So whenever I talk about data analytics or KPIs, I would like to quote management guru Peter Drucker, who has said, you can't manage what you can't measure. And if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. So the purpose of data analytics is really to improve ourselves. So just 2 slides on who we are, just in case some of you do not know our company. Crimson Logic was set up by the government of Singapore in 1988 to develop the trade single window called TradeNet. And we've been operating it for the last 30 over years. And today we have 2 shareholders, PSA, part of Singapore, and then the Enterprise Singapore agency under the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Today, Crimson Logic has gone beyond the shores of Singapore, and we have gone beyond just doing the trade single window. So we have our global footprint. We have a presence in more than 20 countries, and total employees of 1,200 around the globe. And we have gone into trade, logistics, port, and as well as legal systems and digital gov solutions. Yeah, that was my last slide. I hope I'm on time.
Thank you, not completely, but we try to keep up a little bit. So sorry, but no time for questions.
So thank you very much.
So the next presentation would come from Olympia Ferreira. She's head of Maritime Observatory of SRM. And we talk about the strategic role of RoRo in intermodality in Europe. And please, Olympia, if possible, stick to it.
Hello.
We can hear you, yes.
Hello. Here am I. Can you see if you see my, can you tell me if my presentation?
Not yet. Can you?
Now? Can you see?
Now we see your Zoom screen.
It's not better to share from here.
Do we have the presentation on?
Yes.
Yes.
How we can, yes.
Share it from here. Can you share it from here? I can share it. Yeah, then the control is with me. Okay.
So can you?
So Olympia, then you have to, we can try to share it now, but you have
Okay.
then just to tell when we need the next slide.
Okay, thank you.
So we see it now.
Yes, I can see now. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. And in this presentation, I would like to show the development of rural sector, roll-on, roll-off in Europe and in Italy. Rural cargo is the fastest way to transfer goods from roads to ships. Less cars on roads means less traffic, less pollution and more sustainability. And this is my agenda. In my presentation, I will talk briefly on rural sector worldwide, in Europe, and strategic role in Italy, and its environmental impact of rural in Italy. We can go to the next one, please. If you can. In this slide, we have on one side, on the left, the global rural fleet trend between 2008 and 2030. It represents the shipping supply. And on the right, we have the utilization rate and the order book, so the market demand. Globally, the rural market is growing with a supply that is adapting to the demand. Between 2008 and 2023, rural fleet grew by 3%, and the forecasts show a further increase, while the utilization rate reached 100% in 2022 and 98% in 2023. So the demand, and also the order book, we can see that is growing till 2025 to follow the fleet's needs. And we can go to the next one. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Here we have the main carriers of the world in rural sector by group owner, and they cover 60% of market share in GT. And we can see that in the top 6 are European, and the leading world company is Grimaldi, the Italian Grimaldi. And in the next slide, please, the next slide. Okay, thank you. Here we can see that rural market is well developed in Europe, and while the trend of total cargo, that is the first graph, has been reducing during the last 5 years, the rural market increased by 4%, even during the COVID period. And now rural covers 13% of market share. Mainly, so rural is an activity of short sea shipping. Rural is useful especially for short distances in the European market is very useful. And if you go to the next slide, please, thank you. In this slide, we can see the shipping total traffic for each European country divided by mode of transport. And we can see that the Netherlands, Spain, and Italy are the main countries for trade. But if you see the black part in the bar graph, Italy is leader in RoRo, but RoRo is strategic also for other European countries such as Sweden and Germany. And if you go to the next one, thank you. Next slide. Thank you very much. In today's debate, I would like to focus your attention on this slide because the Mediterranean is the first area where European raw traffic is concentrated. And in this Mediterranean area, where there are 20% of world seaborne traffic is focused. 8 of the 12 top RoRo ports are Italian. First one is Livorno. So Leghorn, Livorno. So for Italy is really, really strategic sector. If you please can go to the next one. Okay, here we have the most significant data on shipping total trade RoRo in Italy. And in 2023, we estimated that Italy realized more or less 123 million of tons in RoRo, with the growth of 1.6% on 2022. And in the long period, RoRo increased by 57% in the last 10 years, while the total trade increased by only 3%. So the RoRo market share of RoRo passed by 17% of market share in 2013 to 26% in 2023. New RoRo traffic lines are created in Mediterranean area, such as the one between the Egyptian port of Damietta and Trieste. So it's increasing. Then new important investments are made, such as Grimaldi's acquisition of the two Greek ports of Igoumenitsa and Heraklion. And if you can go to the next one, to the next slide. Yes, here we can see also that where Italian RoRo traffic is going. Italian port RoRo activity is destined mainly to Italy for 60%, while the other 40% is directly mainly to the Mediterranean country, Turkey, Spain, and Greece. And if you go ahead to the next one slide, please. Okay. We also that RoRo allows to increase and help sustainability in many different ways. Ship owners are investing in sustainability to abide by IMO targets. And the IMO targets we said this morning are progressive up to the net zero to 2050. And RoRo carriers are investing in alternative fuels such as LNG, but are investing also in technologies for ships such as wind energy system, digitalization. For example, Grimaldi is investing in eco ships. And if you go to the next one slide, here we want to underline that there is also another way to enhance sustainability, and RoRo traffic takes trucks off of the road, enhancing sustainability. And in Italy, during the year 2023, we estimated that 2.2 million of trucks were shifted from road to sea, and it's equal to 58 million tons of goods passes to, and 2.4 million tons of CO2 were removed on a route of 800 kilometers. Okay, this is the end of my presentation, so thank you for your attention. It's finished.
Olympia, thank you very much for battery is empty. No, it's working. Okay, it's working, although it shut off and battery is very low. I tried to do it. So thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting and very short. We would have 1 minute for another question if they respond. Otherwise, the next presentation would be Stefan Bressan, Associate Professor and Track Leader for the Center of Maritime Studies, National University of Singapore. And Stefan is here. Yeah. So he will be presenting in person. Do you want the word from? Yes. Yes. Here. Let me try. It's over here. So batteries. Okay. 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 Yeah. I have 15 minutes. Yeah. So good afternoon. Okay, I will do my best to entertain you at this time of the day. I want to talk about a project that we have at the National University of Singapore in the Center for Maritime Studies. So the Center for Maritime Studies at NUS is a multidisciplinary research center focusing on applications of all our research in NUS to the maritime sector. So the members of the center come from the different faculties of NUS. I'm personally from the School of Computing. My colleague that you heard before is from the business school. We have people from the engineering faculties, the different departments. We have people from science. We have people from economics, etc. So it's a one place service center for research and development in the maritime industry in Singapore. You have heard about ChatGPT-4. How many of you have used it? Can you raise your hand if you have ever used ChatGPT? Okay. Oh, that's actually a very interesting tool. And what I want to do today is explore with you the opportunities brought by the technologies behind such tools as ChatGPT for answering one of the questions that I heard over and over and over again in this conference, in this workshop, which is basically related to what are the possible or plausible scenarios for the future in the industry. In different areas, we're all wondering how to prepare for the future, and maybe data analytics, statistical data analytics, statistical machine learning, and the most advanced versions of that GPT can help us. But we have to understand how and when to use these tools. By the way, I generated some images to illustrate the slides using ChatGPT-4. So this is an image that was generated
by ChatGPT-4 when I asked it to draw a picture of a meeting in Alexandria of the maritime industry experts. So it looks like this. Actually, I asked these other pictures and was very shocked yesterday to see that there was actually the same drone flying above us, if you remember, during the meeting. There was a drone, right? That's the one on the picture. So ChatGPT predicted that last week, right? I want to talk about a project that we are starting discussing with the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. So they approached the center and they asked us, well, can you help us write, produce white papers, future outlooks based on futuristic but possible scenarios of what is going to happen. So the regulators in Singapore want to understand the future that they have to prepare for. They want to chart the route ahead. So we started this maritime digital efficiency project, which is basically focusing on trying to understand the interplay between digital technologies and disruptions in the maritime sector. Okay, and I'm talking about interplay because it actually goes both ways. So you have situations where the digital technologies are going to disrupt the industry. A better example maybe is in the domain of transportation. You all, I heard that even in Egypt, if you want to travel, you just use Uber or what is it? Or Uber. One of these services, right? This has completely disrupted the organization of taxi. Right? Taxi drivers are working completely differently now that we have these services. So such things could and have and will happen in the maritime sector. So for instance, you could imagine a Uberization of container transportation. Some people have been thinking about having such system across the industries. Of course, you are professionals, you know that there will be resistance, that maybe you are thinking this is not possible, but the question is, what if it happens? Okay, so scenario building that I will talk about later is about these what if scenarios. Plausible scenarios, not necessarily probable scenarios, but plausible scenarios. So the interplay, why? Because we have another example of the interaction between digital technologies and disruption, which was unfortunately given to us by COVID. When COVID arrived, major disruptions in the maritime industry, actually in all aspects of our lives, but we could continue working because we use digital technologies like Zoom. Some of us are still using it. So you see that the disruption is even lasting longer than the actual event that created it, right? We were using more and more our mobile phones, Zoom, doing work at home, applications to check in and check out places. I don't know if it happened in Egypt or in your country, but in France and in Singapore, we had our little app that allowed us to go to the supermarket because it could guarantee that we were vaccinated and so on and so forth, right? So there is interplay between digital technologies and disruptions in both directions. And what we would like to understand is what is going to happen in this interplay in the future? What are the possible scenarios for the maritime industry? So this is the project that we are working on. And one of our deliverables is basically to be able to create such scenarios, to write reports that describe such scenarios. So how is scenario planning, scenario building happening? Well, you want to create scenario for strategic planning, and usually what you do is you bring a lot of experts and you ask them, what is possible? What do you think would happen? And maybe sometimes the experts are a little bit conservative. So you try and bring some futurists, maybe we talked with MPA and they say, why don't you even bring some science fiction writers, to predict some plausible, but unbelievable futures that the expert wouldn't dare to think about. By the way, this process is very expensive. I mean, of course, all these experts are people
who have such knowledge and skills that they are that their time is very valuable, right? You cannot just sit down and chit chat for hours with them to get the information. Okay? So usually you do scenario building with experts. And that's where we start thinking that maybe we could use technology in the maritime industry to analyze the data, inject some of the knowledge that we can collect from the experts, and get the computers to propose scenarios that then will be assessed by the experts. So what we are thinking about is to have the experts to work upstream by indicating what important knowledge should be taken into account to look at the data, collect the data, feed the knowledge and the data in the computer to create the scenarios without the expert doing anything at this point, and get the expert to validate the scenarios and to analyze the scenarios in the end. Scenario planning is coming from the 1950s. It was developed by the RAND Corporation by Herman Kahn, essentially used for military planning. I remember working for DARPA when I was working in an American university, and they came to us and said, okay, we have two scenarios. That was back in the 90s. We have one scenario that we want you to work on. It's the scenario where the US is conducting two wars at the same time. One on a very cold front and one on a very hot front. So you can imagine which countries they had in mind back in the 90s. And they wanted us to consider this sort of worst case scenario where they are fighting the two wars exactly at the same time, where you have to supply big, heavy jackets for fighting in the snow and very light material for fighting maybe in. So this was used by the American military and other militaries from the 1960s, but it was popularized in the industry by Pierre Watt from the Shell Corporation, where Shell was using scenario building to basically analyze the possible economic and financial futures and be ready and prepare themselves for them. So we want to do this kind of hypothetical future scenario planning for the maritime industry. What it involves is basically finding the factors and establishing the uncertainty between the different factors. So you can ask the knowledge of the experts to guide you to collect the factors. Then you go and get the data, but the quantification of the uncertainties, that probably can be done very well with statistical machine learning. After that, you analyze your scenario, you sit with your experts, and they tell you whether the scenarios are credible and what to do about it. So we need statistical machine learning, statistical data analysis, and we may use generative AI for that. Let me try and summarize my nutshell definition of generative AI so you can link it to the scenario building. Basically, statistical machine learning, statistical data analytics, generative AI are all about building a statistical model, a distribution, if you want, of the data. This coincidence of values, the GDP of a country, the unemployment rate, the amount of container traffic, has this probability. And you have sort of a surface like this where every point is a possible scenario and the height of the surface is the probability of this scenario. Why is it important to build such a probability distribution for generative AI? Is because then you can sample it. You know, just give me a possible scenario, just give me a very probable scenario, or just give me a very improbable scenario. And you can just get it by choosing points from this surface here that you have. I list here the different technologies that you can use, restrictive Boltzmann machines, autoregressive models, variational models, or transformer models. Transformer models are doing exactly this, and this is what ChatGPT is doing. You know what ChatGPT works? It actually spit out the next most probable word based on what you have given before. It's just as if you were finishing my sentences. You know, you listen to somebody and you say, oh, most likely the next thing this person is going to say is that, because we're used to this kind of conversation. This is exactly how ChatGPT is working, by understanding the probability distributions of the things that we can see. So just to conclude very quickly, because we are running out of time, we have tried and we are trying at the moment this scenario building approach using machine learning and statistical data analytics for maritime crime. So basically, we are collecting facts about the number of pirate attacks around the world in different places, in different countries. And we are looking at the coincidence of these events with the different macroeconomic data that we can have. For instance, let me see if I have listed that. It's probably in the slide later. Different indices, GDP, unemployment rates, political instability, government index, etc. By the way, we come to this list because we are talking with an expert. So upstream, we get the information of what information could be relevant from the expert. And then we feed this to the machine. Actually, I just want to show you the result of not the most interesting, but the first experiment we did. We gave all this information to ChatGPT because that's the simplest model. We're using more complex model, but just for the illustration. We gave this to ChatGPT and this is what it said. The trends are, you see an increasing amount of ransom, prolonged period of captivity of the hostages, concentration of attacks, variety of vessel types. So the vessel types that are being attacked are getting more and more diverse, as well as the flags. And the hijacking are still successful in spite of the increase of the countermeasures that are happening. But most interestingly, noticed, and afterwards it makes sense, that the pirate attacks were fluctuating probably from a seasonal pattern, depending probably on the weather. And the factors that influence the attacks, this is the more important, are linked to governance, geopolitical stability, economic opportunities, etc. In fact, as the expert had anticipated by indicating the various factors. So my point is not to say that we have a successful analysis of the attacks with ChatGPT, but just to say that what is coming out makes sense. And it's not a miracle. It's just because there's a lot of information in the statistical distribution of the data. And maybe this is my conclusion. If we want to be able to create meaningful scenario that will help us to plan for the future in the right way, we want to build this scenario, and we can use technologies to do that from data that is available and knowledge from the experts. To be efficient, use the system so that we don't need to interact too much with the experts to create the scenario, just to validate this. But maybe you notice that there is a big problem in this conclusion, knowing the maritime industry. How do we get sufficiently enough data to create the distributions that we need in order to get to this conclusion? It's very difficult to create an environment where everybody is willing to share data, right? So from a macroeconomical point of view, we can get the data from the different international organizations. We can get AIS data, whereas a colleague from Hong Kong earlier said he used all the AIS data. They are publicly available, but not necessarily to the extent that we want. Even security and piracy data, crime data and security data is not so much available anymore. People are hiding that they are being attacked for insurance questions, etc. So maybe for a conclusion that is useful for GSTTA, maybe GSTTA can play a role in encouraging the sharing of data that can enable this kind of data analytics and this kind of scenario planning. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Besson, for your interesting presentation, for the recommendation to yes, improve data sharing in the maritime industry. I would now directly come to the next, the second last latest presentation. It's the presentation of my colleague, Patrick Beck, who's researcher here in research at the ISL. He will present about the invention of all procedures in water vessels. On the bottom, the seaport, the result of the research project we recently finished. And so no long words before Patrick, the floor is yours. Are you ready to share your presentation, your screen, or?
Well, I think so, and I also hope that you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you.
You can also see my screen, right?
Yes.
Perfect. That sounds good. All right. So then, thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk to you and share with you some insights from a research project that we just finished, which was funded by the European Commission. And well, today we heard a lot about the seagoing vessels, the maritime world. Well, there was one presentation on inland vessels, and I want to emphasize this part of the maritime transport chain within my presentation. So the project that my presentation relates to is called IWNet, Innovation-Driven Collaborative European Inland Waterways Transport Network. So pretty long name actually, but in fact, or in a nutshell, it was about developing innovative solutions that drive forward inland waterway transport in Europe. So as you can see here on the map, well, the major players or the main countries where inland waterway transportation plays a role in Europe were part of our study. In total, we were 28 partners from 10 EU member states with a total volume of more than 8 million euros, and which was, and the whole project was coordinated by ISL. So the main focus areas which the project was based on was digitalization, more efficient use of infrastructure and management of infrastructure. This will be the main focus of my presentation, as well as smart and green vessel design. So we had different application scenarios, so to say, the different parts of the European inland waterway landscape, where we try to develop certain parts. For example, also automated inland navigation for urban distribution. Well, a RoRo case where we a container case on the Danube, where we more or less focused on the economic viability. And one case that I will present today was located in the twin ports of Bremen and Bremerhaven, so in the north of Germany. Well, as you may know, among Europe's most important universal ports for containers, but also vehicles, bulk and project cargo, especially in the port of Bremen. And what is special about it is that it is used by both seagoing vessels as well as inland vessels. So we have an inland waterway link to major industrial areas in the hinterland, the northern German hinterland, via the River Weser. So especially in the container domain, there's still a lot of capacity for hinterland transportation. We partnered up within our application scenario with our local infrastructure provider, which is Bremenports GmbH UKG. So they provide the berths for seagoing vessels, for inland vessels, not just in Bremen, but also Bremerhaven. So what are the main problems? I think was in one presentation 1 hour ago, which basically said one of the pain points are manual processes. And this is, well, really, this could be the headline for what is currently being done with the inland vessels in Bremen. So as you could imagine, communication between the port authorities and the vessels and the barge operators is carried out using VHF. So, well, more or less, you can imagine it the case that an inland vessel approaches a lock, for example, calls via VHF, says, "I'm here, I want to use your lock." While on, well, in the seagoing or maritime world, we have the national single window for technical reporting of port calls. That is not the case for inland vessels. Also, a lot of skippers are not originated from Germany, the Netherlands, or Belgium, but come from Eastern European countries. So there are also some language barriers which make it hard to collect data. And another critical aspect is that the berths for the inland vessels are located directly in the densely populated area. So the provision of and the use also of shore power is really important. In fact, it is mandatory. It needs to be used when staying in a berth in Bremen, Bremerhaven. However, also this process is really a manual one. So the skippers have to pick up a key at the port office. They manually have to transmit their meter readings to the port office. So this is kind of burdensome, high administrative burden for the port authority, high costs, a lack of transparency, no real possibilities. We heard it several times, just-in-time port calls, unimaginable in the current situation. So this is the point where we started the project. And this is what I liked about the presentation earlier about China's inland waterway service centers. They also had this user-centric approach, and we did kind of the same. So we asked the IWT operators, what kind of informations do you need to better prepare your port call, your port stay? For example, information about the services at berths, possibilities to do waste disposal, to unload a car, for example. So this is the first user group that we approached. The second one is the port traffic coordination. They require earlier and more reliable planning information on inland vessel port calls. They have that already for maritime port calls, but this is not the case for inland vessels. And third, the infrastructure managers, and this is basically the Bremenports in our case. Well, they already installed shore power stations all over the port. However, they are not able to cost effectively monitor the status, for example, of these facilities. So, well, they want to improve on this level. So what basically I said already, the project was about developing innovations, also doing rapid prototyping. So really trying out things together with the stakeholders. And the two parts which I want to focus on are two demonstrators. So on the left side, you can see an app, or it's not just an app, it's more or less an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem process that is behind it to gather more information on port calls. And the other one was a retrofitting solutions which can be used for existing shore power stations to make them more intelligent, but more on that in a minute. So as I said, our app, what does it mean? It can be used by our different user groups. So electronic port call announcements, for example, are one functionalities provided for the skippers and the barge operators. So they announce their port call electronically, are able to get information, book certain berths, or at least specify requirements on berths. They can now digitally access the shore power stations. Well, you can see here on the right side, they are able to contact the Port Authority even without VHF on a very easy and intuitive way. Also, what you can see now on the left side, this is the view that the Port Authority has. Those are not just the inland vessels, but also the seagoing vessels, so that it's easier for them to really coordinate their resources for both the maritime and the inland traffic, inland waterway traffic. Well, some of you may know there are already some providers that install shore power stations for inland vessels. For example, in the Netherlands, this is pretty common, which can be used using a card-based system or an app-based system. So you have an app just for using the shore power. Well, we had to work with what we had at hand, so existing shore power stations. So it was about retrofitting them. And this is kind of an Internet of Things application in our sense. So we set up a network using LoRaWAN within the port here in Bremen. So basically you only need 3 gateways, and then you can cover the whole port spatial environment. So by the end of the day, it was all about having something or having a solution that is cost effective. So speaking of components, we had a cost of about 200 euros to retrofit one station, well, labor excluded, of course. And by now, it's possible to monitor these stations throughout the whole time. Meter readings and so on do not need to be collected manually. So I assume most of you are not able to understand German, but that's not so important. On the top, you can see the old analog manual process. For example, picking up the key, then going back to your berth, opening the shore power station, collect your meter readings, and so on and so forth. And on the bottom, you can see the new process. So in fact, there's not much to be done yet. So the access to the shore power station is directly linked to your berth assignment. So the Port Authority, the traffic coordinators assign a berth to a certain port call, inland vessel port call. And through that, all information flow is handled on the basis of one port call, which is an innovative thing in the inland navigation world, which is why we also secured this solution, this digital process via patents. So as I said, it's not just the app. So the app is just what the end user can see. But in fact, what we wanted to do is more or less create a blueprint for smart port solutions. So behind the scenes, or below what you can see below the surface, the whole thing is made up of different smaller services that we established here in the ports of Bremen. So the whole system has interfaces to internal services, for example, the port vessel traffic management system, the GIS information system, a log prediction system, which is used to optimize energy consumption for the log here in Bremen. We also incorporated external systems to the port, for example, the EURIS system, which basically provides data coming from the river information services, but also established an interface to ports in our vicinity. So N-Ports, for example, is the infrastructure managing company for the ports in Lower Saxony, so the state that encircles Bremen, the state of Bremen, so that port call notifications are possible for not just one location, but for consecutive port calls. And on the left side, you can see, or this is just shown on the left side, that it's not just about the shore power station. So in fact, the shore power station is just one application of using our IoT network. There are different more applications, for example, collecting water gauge readings, also incorporating lighting, smart lighting within the port. So this was just the beginning of the whole journey. So I already said we have already finished this project with the results of certain demonstrators that we already tested with the different stakeholders. And now it's up to the politicians to open their pockets, because we're planning to roll out this solution in a production environment, and also seek for possibilities to transfer our approach to other corridors. And as I just said, this is an example of how, well, an example of not just digitizing things, so not just deleting the paper and doing everything as it used to be done, but really changing the process flow itself. So we hope that we also got the dice rolling, getting stakeholders or making some appetite for stakeholders to engage more in these smarter port services using digital technology. And I think this has brought me to the end of my presentation. Thank you. Unfortunately, I cannot join the dinner, but I think if there are questions, Professor Lemper may also be able to at least share my contacts, or maybe even answer the questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, for your presentation, interesting presentation. Of course, I knew most of this because it was a project of our institute, but I think it was a good insight for the other three in the audience. So now we're coming to the last presentation this evening. Last but not least, Ariana Bonfanti is from the SRM, our partner institute in Italy, in Naples. She's a maritime economy researcher, and she's going to present the challenge of sustainability in maritime transport. Ariana, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you a little bit quiet. Could you talk a little bit louder?
Yeah, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
No? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Professor, and thank you to members of GSTTA. And in order not to be too late and the last in the session, let's start with my presentation related to the challenge of sustainability in maritime transport. We've said it many times today during the conference. Shipping is responsible for 2.2% of all global CO2 emissions, but its carbon footprint is limited compared to the huge volume of goods transported worldwide. Over 80% of the world merchandise trade by volume carries by ship. And so for this reason, there are policies that aim to develop the sustainability of the sector, because without further action, these emissions are projected to increase by up to 130% of 2008 emissions by 2050. And the graphs at the bottom of the slide show that the carbon intensity varies by vessel type because the emission from the container ship are higher per ton mile than those from dry and liquid bulk ships. However, the graph on the right shows good news. That is that already by 2010, the share of global fleet emission has been reducing. It is indicated by the green line. And 2023, we've said before, was an important year in the regulation of shipping industry's decarbonization. Why? In July 2020, the IMO agreed to revise its initial greenhouse gas emissions reduction strategy. And the revised 2023 strategy aims to reach net zero GHG emissions from international shipping by around 2050. But European Union also decided to extend the emission trading system to maritime transport. This strategy presents technical and logistical challenges for ship owners, requiring innovation in fuel type and port infrastructure. Obviously, this strategy will lead to an increase in costs within Europe, and an estimate of these increases is shown in the graph on the right of my slide. And you can see that potential additional costs are different for different types of ships. And the Council of the European Union adopted the Fuel EU Maritime Regulation in July 2023 to increase the uptake of sustainable fuels by ships to reduce their environmental footprint. The regulation is part of the Fit for 55 legislative package, but the regulation gives no indication of alternative fuels. And so the role of ship owners in the pathway towards sustainability is very important. Their investment play an important role in shaping the global shipping fleet's emission. This slide shows the actual situation. On the left, you can see the situation related to the fleet on the water. And in 2023, 6.3% of the fleet on the water is capable of using alternative fuels or battery hybrid. And in 2030 is projected that this percentage will arrive to 23%. On the right, the slide illustrates that over half of the order book in gross tonnage terms is capable of using alternative fuels. At the bottom of the slide, there is the situation about the green port infrastructure, the bunkering port, and they are continuing to expand. Currently, there are 155 active LNG bunkering ports and 84 planned facilities, with over 2,743 vessels in the fleet are fitted with shore power connection. This is the situation to February 2024. And which alternative fuels ship owners are choosing? This slide illustrates the situation related to the fleet. On the left, the fleet on the water. On the right, the order book. it's clear that there are different alternative fuels chosen for different types of ships. But at the moment, we can see the prevalence of LNG. But in the second place, there is methanol. In fact, methanol has proved to be the fuel of preference in the recent wave of orders by carrier. This is a picture of order book by carrier at as of January 2024. And in February 2024, La Maersk is the first mainline ship with methanol dual fuel propulsion that began its voyage in Ningbo. And so it is an historical day in the container ship sector. But as we said before, the choice of alternative fuel is closely linked to the development of bunkering infrastructure. The two aspects are parallel. This slide shows active ports around the world for LNG and methanol bunkering. It's clear that active infrastructure and projects are concentrated in Europe, but developments in Asia are increasing. And this infographic summarizes our model of green port. The characteristics are indicated in the slide, and at the bottom of the slide there is the NRRP European Fund for Green Ports for Italy. And the milestone is to reduce total annual CO2 emission by 20% in the port cities, because in Italy ports are always in the port city, in the cities. And I'm coming to a conclusion. This slide shows my country, Italy. Italy is at the center of Mediterranean Sea, and for this reason, it can take the role of a Euromid bridge for energy. Italian ports are entry ports for oil and gas pipeline that flow into southern Italy, and Italy is a gateway for new energy flows from North Africa and the Caspian area to Europe, with 74% of gas imports in the period January-July 2023 via pipeline. Of the gas imported via pipeline, 55% arrived in the South Italy by our ports. Thank you for your attention. I hope I am in time. That's all. I can't hear.
I can't see them either.
I can't hear Professor Lamper.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for keeping the time. So we are now finished with all the presentations. I will just go to get my notes. So for a very short summary, to be able to go over to the hotel. I just want to summarize. The first part of our day today was more or less for internal discussions on the aims and the future of the association, and we have come to a conclusion, or have discussed how to get more members, how to become more attractive for new members. One idea was a newsletter that should be set up regularly, maybe 4 times a year, and that all members want to provide news that could be spread via the GSTTA membership. And the other thing is that we discussed the possibility of offering information about funding programs, and of course the experience of the members on the website, so that we get better network and better joint research. We discussed about the next year's meeting, and we got the invitation from SRM to come to Italy next year, to Naples, and this will be discussed in the next weeks and months, what timing will be the best. And we have a volunteer for the next chairman in this case, and we will discuss this with the secretariat later on, and we will send around an email with the proposal, and hope for your opinions and your agreement. In the second part, we had some very interesting presentations, or all very interesting presentation about research on shipping, on ports, on inland water vessels or inland shipping, on innovations in ports and terminals. So I'm not able to summarize all of this. I think we get the presentations in the form of a booklet, of a digitalized booklet, I guess. And so everybody will be able to resume these presentations. Thanks again for the organizers, the Arab Academy for organizing all this together with the secretariat. So everything was well organized today. That we are running out of time it's not the problem of organizers, it's my problem, and the problem of the presenting persons. So for all of us, I wish you a good evening, a nice evening. For us who will be able to attend the dinner in the hotel next door, I wish also a nice good evening, and for all the others, the rest of which are staying here for another day for the conference, for the Marlock, a safe trip home tomorrow or the days after. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lemper, for hosting this meeting, and thank you for everyone who attended today. Really, it was my pleasure being with you here, and I hope this meeting will be a kickoff point for a collaboration between Port Training Institute and each one of the member. We will keep in touch all the time. Let me tell you regarding the dinner. It will be in the main restaurant at 7 p.m. Main restaurant that you are having the breakfast each day in the hotel. Regarding tomorrow's Alexandria Port visit, the program is with Miss Livia, and she will share with you. The bus will be waiting for you 10:30 in the hotel lobby. And we will be visiting Port Training Institute and Alexandria Port, and come back to attend the closing session. Thank you, everyone, and see you soon. I will be with you there. Bye.
Thank you.